at Botany Andhra University. I extend my warm round of applause for Mr. Garu. I invite you to honor with a bouquet. I'm glad to invite Professor T. Janaki Ram Garu, Vice Chancellor of Dr. YSR Horticultural University, Andhra Pradesh. Please join the hands together and welcome Sri Janaki Ram Garu onto the dais. I request Bhavana to greet with a bouquet. Now I would like to invite guest of honor Professor R. Hanchinal Garu, former chairperson, member, National Biodiversity Authority, Protection of Plant Varieties, and Farmers' Right Authority, Government of India, New Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. I request Bhagyashree to honor with a bouquet. Now I take the privilege and pleasure to invite today's chief guest and a guidance force, a great personality whose presence is really attractive and vibrating. He is none other than our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.D.G. Prasad Reddy Garu. Onto the dais. Let us extend a warm welcome to our chief guest with a huge round of applause who graciously accepts our invitation to be with us. Happy welcome, sir. I request committee to honor with bouquet. Before we begin the program, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for the lighting of the lamp, followed by prayer song. I request Joyce David to lead a prayer song.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणवन्दिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय गानोत्सुकाय गानवत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवहाय गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्रिकक्षेत्री गुरुसर्वसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र पवित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकार्य गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढकल्पाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you, Lord. Now I am handing over to Organizing Secretary, Professor Sandhya Deepika Madam, to preside. Thank you, Madam. Chief guest of today's function, esteemed Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor P.V.G.V. Prasad Reddy Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor of YSR Horticultural University, Professor Janakiram Garu, Professor R.R. Ansinal Garu, Member National Biodiversity Authority, highly knowledgeable Principal of College of Science and Technology, Professor K. Srinivas Rao Garu, distinguished guest of today's function, Dynamic Member Secretary of AB Biodiversity Board, Sri B.V.A. Krishnamurthy Garu, a very high-profile invited speakers of today's national function seminar on impact of climate change and ecotourism on biodiversity, Dr. A.K. Bhattacharya Garu, IFS retired, Dr. C. Sudhakar Reddy Garu, Dr. Bhaskar Sinha Garu, Dr. Uma Ramachandran Garu, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty members of Botany Department, Professor B. Sujata, Professor P. K. Ratnakumar, Professor S. B. Padar, Professor Dr. Balram Swami Yadav, Dr. Sandhya Sri, deans, officers, heads of various departments, research scholars, participants, members from Biodiversity Board, participants from various colleges, student friends, press and electronic media. A very good morning to you all. The United Nations has declared 22nd May as the International Day for Biodiversity to increase understanding and awareness of biodiversity issues. In this occasion, yesterday, we have celebrated International Day for Biological Diversity. Today, we are conducting one-day national seminar on this important topic to commemorate this international event. This is possible only because of the active involvement and encouragement by the Member Secretary, AB Biodiversity Board, Sri B.V.A. Krishnamurthy Garu. We are highly thankful to AB State Biodiversity Board for the financial assistance in conducting this seminar. Our Botany Department has proud past and it was headed by eminent personalities like Professor M.O.P. Iyengar, Professor J. Venkateshwarlu, Professor B.S. Rao and others. We have produced more than 400 doctorates and published around 3,000 research articles in various national and international reputed journals. This department was recognized by BSc, CSIR, ICMR and other national funding agencies as research center by sanctioning huge research projects. This is the testimony and recognition to the research done by our department. Now we are conducting a very important seminar on contemporary topic of international importance, that is impact of climate change and ecotourism on biodiversity. The response from scientific community is overwhelming. Around 500 people responded positively. It gives immense satisfaction to us to conduct some more scientific events in near future. I hope all of us will be benefited a lot by interacting with highly reputed and knowledgeable scientists. With these few introductory remarks, I once again welcome you all to this one-day national seminar. Thank you. Now I request our principal sir to say a few words about this seminar.
Very distinguished personalities on the dais and off the dais, dear research scholars and student friends. Very good morning to you all. It's a pleasure for me to associate with this national seminar on impact of climate change in ecotourism on biodiversity. I congratulate the organizers for organizing this wonderful national seminar, particularly covering this biodiversity in continuation of the celebration of International Biodiversity Day. I am very happy that the Department of Botany, in collaboration with the National Biodiversity Authority and AP State Biodiversity Board, they are organizing this national seminar. And the theme of this is very, very interesting, and also it is the time to discuss about this when we are taking more focus on two important aspects in India, particularly. That is one on the biodiversity. The other is on the tourism development. These two are very much important for the development of the nation. And in that context, giving an opportunity to this Andhra University to organize this national seminar is a wonderful thing. Why? Because we all know that Andhra University is almost completed 98 years of its journey and very shortly going to celebrate its centenary celebration. Not only that, it is having almost all the departments that are connected with the biodiversity. We have marine biodiversity, marine living resources, and we have Department of Botany, Department of Geology. In addition to that, Applied Life Sciences. Almost all the departments are the College of Science and Technology. So, in that perspective, this biodiversity, sustaining the national resources is very important. Sustainability of the national resources with respect to the biological and life sciences are very, very important. This. And in that, particularly the plant science, this plays a vital role in this. And in that part, our Andhra University is taking lot of initiatives to maintain the conservation of this biodiversity concept in that and propagating the importance and its utility. The Department of Botany is, since its inception, it is very much associated with balancing the ecosystems with respect to the natural resources and particularly maintaining the wide area of the forest type of thing. In fact, we have more than 60 red sandal trees in the campus in Department of Botany. And in addition to that, several very, very important places are here, and particularly the medicinal plants. Recently, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has given very importance to develop these medicinal plants. In fact, I congratulate all the faculty members and the head of the Department of Botany for taking the different of plants from various places of the in India as well as from abroad and developing them. In that, also we are also giving more importance for the applied orientation of the plant sciences. We have a wonderful park near that Haridava, where we have more than 10 acres of land is especially given for farming experimentation. And also recently, 2 acres of land within the campus is given to the Department of Botany in collaboration with Organic Field Development and this Avani Organics. They have started a startup company. In that, they are taking the recent advances in cultivating the organic cultivation. So, inorganic and is part of the considerations into taken care about this. The university is taking several other initiatives to encourage the startups. Not only in technological perspective, there is a startup hub we have. We are also giving the university more importance for the food sciences as well as the biological sciences and plant sciences in that aspect. So, with all these considerations, in the recent NAC, our Andhra University got 3.74 out of 4 scale, which is the second best in the country. In fact, I can say that our science departments, all departments of the science college, they played a vital role in getting the accreditation, in a best accreditation to this university. And in that, one of the best practices that was very much appreciated by the chairman and the members of the NAC committee is the medicinal plant and its growth that was taken, the experiments that was conducted in the Department of Botany. So I once again congratulate the head of the department, the faculty members of the Department of Botany for organizing this wonderful national seminar. I hope this deliberations made in this seminar will definitely be useful for sustainability of the natural resources in this. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to associate in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for highlighting the botany department. Now I request our member secretary to speak a few words about this thing.
Good morning to everyone and welcoming to this important topic. Now, the entire world is discussing, taking actions, and what could be happens if you are not taking action at this time. I must thankful to the organizers this seminar to take a concrete proposals how to take into the action from the research communities, general public, the students, and other stakeholders, especially at village level. I take only 2 minutes to explain to you, especially students, in year 2020 to 23, Indian gross domestic product is 300 lakh crores. Out of it, 8% of the GDP lost due to the climate change. If you imagine that 8% of GDP of Indian economy మనకి పోయిందంటే ఎన్ని మిలియన్స్ జాబ్స్ మనం క్రియేట్ లాస్ అయిపోతున్నాము. ఎంతవరకు ఇది మనం ఈ డబ్బులు ఉపయోగిస్తే ఎంతవరకు డెవలప్మెంట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇది ఎందుకు పోయిందనేది జనాలకు తెలిసి చెప్పాలంటే ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ వల్ల మీరు చాలా సిటీస్ లో ఈరోజు చూస్తుంటారు, సడన్ క్లౌడ్ బర్స్ట్, sudden disease outbreak, the degradation of the biological resources. We don't know what extent it has happened. They are not yet identified also. We don't know how many native species are still they are going to be vanished from this one. And we don't know how many invasive species are coming. We don't know how many new species are there. These are the essential parts. That's why, because of the floods, because of the havoc created by the climate change, now we can see when Delhi we never see that more than 40 degrees temperature. Now today is 47 degrees. You can imagine how people will survive on that. 1 degree, 2 degrees temperature. How people we are suffering a lot. We are sitting in AC. But what about the people at in village level? What about the lower community, lower people? We are not accessible to the resources. So I request all of you to have a comprehensive, concrete plan discussion how go about these issues. This is part of the climate change and biodiversity. The second part, important part is climate change and ecotourism. In the name of tourism, పర్యాటకం మీద మనం మోచుతో ఏదైనా ఒకటి ఉందంటే మీరు అందరూ చూస్తుంటారు. ఈ మధ్యని తాజింగ్ దగ్గర, లంబసింగ్ దగ్గర అక్కడ కాస్త మేఘాలు కిందకు వస్తే వందల మంది వెళ్ళిపోతారు. Many people are going just like without anything. We are not taking any part. The tourism part, what we are see that we are looking about the only one aspect, that is only loss of the biodiversity or something, but it's not like this. There are many stakeholders are involved in this. From your booking and spot, using the resources, the what type of resources, and transport system, other associated stakeholders, associated services, they are all using a different modes and using what are the what I call the resources, the economical resources, energy resources, which are very ornamental to the planet. So we wanted that a comprehensive plan to see recently what happened in Japan. Here all people are aware of that. Using mountain, why the people are made a fencing and made a what you call the people are not allowed to do that. This is the scenic beauty of the mountain. A lot of degradation started there, and Japan government was to ban that one. And in Karnataka and Shimoga district on hill, the people are just they started agitation. They dumped a lot of plastic, lot of material, lot of things that happened. So in all the places, wherever you go, that one. A simple example, very nearby places in your Visakhapatnam district itself. So my request are they are the two important aspects. They are directly or indirectly are causing a lot of damage, lot of on the bioresources of the country. So we are the people. I told initially, 8% of GDP lost because of the climate change in the country. This is the statistical report of the 2020-23. If you look back, we have to go forward for 24 and 24. What happened to that? It is go beyond that one. How much we are losing our resources? How people are getting employment? How employment is going to be developed? So these are the many issues are involved. This economy around it. Simple example I will tell you. I have gone through this one recently. The report came. Banana. Everybody can eat banana. The African food is stable. African countries. The many people see the cost of banana now 60 rupees. In Bengaluru it will be 100 rupees per kg. Why because? Tell me. The many races are gone. The resistance is gone. Production levels are gone. We are dependent upon few varieties of that. So this is the cost of the how inflation is going to happen this one. It is affecting everybody's life. Every rich or poor or rich country or poor country, and everybody is a responsibility. So that please think over it and make a concrete efforts, concrete suggestions and measures. How go about it this one to save our planet, save ourselves from the loss of our lives. It is not for us. The future generation will be dependent upon the actions. Now we are proposed to take and how is this degradation part and desertification part and the climate change what we are experiencing today. But it is up to you. It is the future in your hands. Thank you. Thanks for once again everybody from all the dignitaries, all the people came from the authority country for this seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking message, and this is all your encouragement and support, sir. Now I request Professor R.R. Hanichan Garu, member, National Biodiversity Authority.
respected Dr. Chancellor, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Andhra Pradesh Horticulture and my good friend, Dr. P.V. who is the attraction of the feeding program and also the General Secretary of the Andhra Pradesh State Biodiversity. Professor Srinivas, the principal of this esteemed university. Madam Sandhya Deepika Garu, the head of the department of Botany of this esteemed university. And all my senior distinguished in IT delegates, member secretaries of different state biodiversity boards, chairman and members of the DMCs, and my very affectionate student friends. Good morning to all of you. I must thank and congratulate the Mr. Garu for identifying the burning topic and also supported by the university, particularly the Department of Botany, on what is the impact of climate change and how we can take the benefit of it and promote the, I'll add a little bit, agro-ecotourism on biodiversity. I added this kind of reason mainly because most of us are coming from the farming community and agro includes agriculture, horticulture, forestry, fisheries, marine biology, geology, microbiology, and soil. Particularly the soil. Whatever the biodiversity compared to the biodiversity that exists in the soil. But we have not made any effort. What is the biodiversity that exists within the soil? How the climate change, particularly higher temperature, affects the below bioresources and also the above bioresources. The when I was working with USA in 5 African countries in 2006, at that time, some of the rain, floods in one area and in other area, complete desertification. So two contrasting areas were seen in climate change. As a plant breeder and as a wheat breeder,
I'm observing last 25-30 years, what were the yield levels? I mean, productivity levels I'm talking. Now the production has increased like anything because of the area at national level, but particularly the central part and the peninsular Indian conditions, yields were and are being drastically reduced by almost 200 kg per hectare. Just imagine, a lot of work has been done. How 1 degree Celsius temperature, mean daily temperature increase affects the winter season crops like wheat. And of course, it is applicable to the other crops. And we are in, after few years, if this is going to continue, and if we are not making any efforts in reversing the climate change, not only by we people or our country, at a global level I'm talking, if we do not do, definitely it will be a great devastation. You see, in Arctic and Antarctic region, which actually provides quality water to us, now they are melting. If they are melting in the initial years, we are going to have huge floods, rise in the seawater level, and people are telling many cities at global level, India, they are going to be submerged like the Dwarka of the Lord Krishna. So it is high time that we have to keep and concentrate more on the particularly reversing climate vagaries, the climate change, and also just not by organizing such lectures, but actually by making efforts in protecting the biodiversity issues. Sir was telling about the Delhi temperature. You see, I was there in Delhi for almost about 10 years as a chairperson of PPFR authority and also with international organizations. There all very cleanly I was observing. When the summer temperatures, they go up to 49, 50 degrees Celsius. Government will not announce 50 degrees Celsius temperature on a particular day, mainly because they have to give holidays on that day. So they will say only 49, 49.5, something like that. And if it is 49 degrees Celsius temperature outside, outside my campus where my office was located, that is the Indian Institute of Agricultural Research, always there used to be 3 to 4 degrees Celsius lower temperature. Dr. Janki Ram sir, because his office was also there only, he should, I think he will agree with me. This is mainly because of the vegetation, the trees that were planted almost around 1901 or something like that. It's a very old institute. And because of that, the temperature, cool temperature you find compared to the outside temperature. So trees are nothing but the biodiversity. And this plays a very important role in controlling the temperature. If you control the temperature, certainly it is going to be very helpful to us. And again, I'm seeing as a agricultural scientist, as a plant sciences person in general, the pests and diseases I never noticed or observed are a serious threat to us. The pests which were minor one, now they are become major pests. This is mainly because of the high temperature where these pests survive. I shall give the best example of cotton. In this region, a lot of cotton is being grown, particularly in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra and also Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and these southern states. Previously, I had never heard of aphid problem, then merit problem, and other sucking pests, and also the bollworms. But because of the change in climatic conditions, of course, because of our greediness by spraying more parathrites, again we come across with this problem. And a stage came wherein not a single kg of cotton we got it, and farmers left the cultivation. Today, mainly because of again the biodiversity, in the sense a gene, very small gene, which was incorporated Bacillus thuringiensis, we could get the good yield levels. In case of wheat, our yield levels were very low before, but dwarfing gene from a wheat variety called Daruma, which was grown in Japan, winter wheat variety, when it was transported to Washington State University, they transferred the gene, dwarfing gene, to our spring wheat varieties. That's how it brought the green revolution. So this biodiversity plays a very important role, particularly small microorganisms which we cannot see, and all these things are very, very important to protect us. And now the government of India and all state governments, they are encouraging millets, mainly because there are 8 to 9 different species and even genera also in millets. It may be ragi, it may be that we call it as finger millet also. Then there is a Sateria indica, foxtail millet, then kodo millet, proso millet, barnyard millet, little millet, and corale. And like that, there are many millets. Why government of India and everybody is promoting that? It is not only because these millets contain lot of nutrients which are very, very essential to us, which you cannot get from crop like wheat and some other crops. And this is one reason for the nutritional point of view, for therapeutic uses of point of view, this is being promoted. Secondly, the hidden thing is they are highly resilient to drought conditions and also the high temperature conditions. And because of that, they are being promoted. Now, we have to adjust among ourselves to the climate change, not by just putting the fans and ACs, which again create the green gas. And again, that green gas emission is really creating problem. Best example is again, I give Delhi. Delhi in summer, there are so many vehicles moving roundabout, and added to that is the industries. And because of that, you cannot feel like staying in Delhi and run away like me, what I did. So these things sometimes they are not under our control. We say now we should not use diesel, we should not use petrol. Like that, we are suggesting, but it may not be practically applicable. But again, I come down to the biodiversity. how we can protect our bioresources. And this climate change has affected even the bioresources also. Many plant species, already Krishnamurti Garu told about that, which were endemic. Now they are either in endangered status or in threatened status, and which are very, very useful to us. And how best we can change is the talk of the day, and we have to work on that. And sir also told that how this climate change has affected our GDP in the sense the gross domestic product, and this is mainly again because of the climate change. And if you go to some islands, undisturbed islands like the Lakshadweepa and Andaman, Nicobar and other places, you see corals. Now, because of high temperature in the sea and also the extent of because of the pollution, they are turning white. Again, these corals are really very helpful to us in many ways, along with the medicinal properties. And now, how best we can protect all these things is also very, very important. And how best we can make the environment or the globe free from plastics. And plastics are creating a lot of problems. The other day, in the National Seed Group meeting, I posed a question. Our ancestors or our forefathers, even our parents, they used to store the seeds in gunny bags. That is jute bag, that is a degradable bags. Now today what is happening is we are recommending HDP bags, and that is not degradable. And again we are creating another problem of the plastic heaps. And how you can solve this problem? We, as the scientists, agricultural, or the in general the students and the common man, should think of it how best we can use the degradable things for our safety. Our ancestors have given us a lot. Now let us protect it. Yesterday I was telling more than 1,500 plant species were being used for as a food, and today we are hardly concentrating on 3 or 4 crops. So much narrowing, which again creating the problem. Like that, the medicinal and aromatic plants, some of them are highly sensitive to the higher temperature. How you plan to protect these things is also very, very important. Hence, there are two themes. One is the biodiversity, be in the plan to promote that, and also the land development, that is planting the trees, and again pre-desertification, how best we can overcome the desertification and also the drought resilience. That is the theme of the Environment Day, and Be with the Plan is the theme of the Biodiversity Day. I think all these things, if we can succeed, certainly we are going to be successful. And lastly, I would like to say that this ecotourism really plays an important role, and it teaches many things to us. And we have to promote the ecotourism in a larger way so that we can save the Mother Earth in, directly and indirectly, we save ourselves. So, with these few words, once again, I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this esteemed university, which is celebrating 100 years of the existence and fruitful existence, and providing botany department alone has given 400 doctorates. Just imagine 400 doctorates. And I was in the DDV committee of NAC accreditation. I know how difficult it is, and you have got A plus plus. It is a great thing, and I wish all the best for the again the prosperity of this great institution, and also to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor of YSR Horticulture University, Professor Janaki Ram Garu, to say few words about the seminar.
Very good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor P.B. G.D. Prasad Reddy Garu, Professor Shri Hanchinal Garu, former Chairman, BPB FR Authority, Shri B.V.K. Krishnamurthy Garu, IFS, the Member Secretary, Professor K. Srinivasarao Garu, Head of the Botany Department, Sudha Deepika Garu, all the resource persons, professors, teachers, farmers, and students. Yesterday, we had a very grand, successful celebration of the International Biodiversity Day. In continuation to that, today, another important national seminar being organized by the Department of Botany, Andhra University, on impact of climate change, particularly on biodiversity and ecotourism. Without taking much time, just I would like to be very brief. We all know that the climate change is very important, and it is a natural process where the temperature, rainfall, the wind and other elements of the climate vary during the decades. And in million years, we have also experienced that world has been warm, and there is a rapid increase in warming due to the human activities, particularly the burning of the fossils, fuels, increasing the emission of the greenhouse gases. For example, the greenhouse emissions that are causing climate change include, we are very well known that the carbon dioxide, methane, and also clearing of the lands due to the urbanization and deforestation. And of course, there are highest level of the greenhouse gases that are produced over 2 million years, and climate, the temperatures are going to rise, and we have seen the Earth has experienced almost increase of 1.1 degree centigrade, warmer than it was in 1800. And it is not only just due to the increase of the temperatures, but it is also due to the intensive drought, water scarcity, severe fires, rising of the sea levels, flooding due to the melting of the poles, etc., are also causing severe climate changes. And of course, it is estimated that 100 least emitting countries they contribute almost 3% of the total emissions. And of course, the 10 largest emitting countries, they contribute almost to 68%. And many countries are also committed to meet the net zero emissions by 2050, if everything goes well. And half of the emissions, we are committed to decrease by 2030. And there are few challenges. Very quickly, coming to the water, we all know that water is going to be very much a precious commodity in coming years because of the depleting the aquifers, and major effect is felt due to the climate change that makes the situation still worse because of the long spells of drought and devastating floods. For example, in Punjab, we all know that because of the intensive cultivation of the paddy, we all know that to produce one grain, it takes consume 6 liters of the water. And now there are some interventions that we never heard of growing, paddy under drip irrigation. These are some of the interventions we are making. And of course, the major solution is that 2.4 million water bodies, they have to be taken care on this earth. And we need to follow the water harvesting also. Just now, Dr. Hanchinal Sahab also told that taking into the air, the best example is Punjab. Almost the stubble burning has contributed almost 40% of the exposure to the PM of 2.5. And we need to look alternative. The ICR has come out with baby cedar, which can reduce the stubble burning. And lastly, I would like to make emphasis that climate change is, affecting the global food security also. That is shifting unprecedented this rainfall temperature. This year also we have seen that because of these fluctuating temperatures, the flowering of the mango and also the cocoa is affected. And we are looking for the remedies also. And we have also seen the high incidence of the thrips and the other invasive pests. So just we are finding the solutions. That is, we are also changing the breeding objectives, that breeding climate resilient varieties and promotion of the climate resilient crops like cashew and other tuber crops. And of course, we need to develop forecasting models to warn the farmers about these climate changes so that they can reap the benefit. And once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this very important national seminar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now it's the time to invite our esteemed Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, to speak a few words about this seminar.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very distinguished members on the dais. I'm so happy to be sandwiched among such great experts in the line of the topic of our discussion. And in fact, towards my left, you can see our principal, Professor K. Srinivas Rao Garu, because I know that the hall is full of delegates, not the local students of the university. Professor K. Srinivas is a distinguished, highly renowned statistician in this country. And he was in fact used by Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam for design of their queue complex. the head of the department. She took charge very recently, Sandhya Deepika. She has been doing really great work. And towards my right, in fact, yesterday only I made a request to Kanchilal Garu to accept the invitation of the university to, in fact, serve this university as a visiting professor. So much of knowledge, so much of reserve. And in fact, I've listened to his talk yesterday for about half an hour, and I took a decision on the dais itself that such people, in fact, should serve Andhra University and now and then visit the university and, in fact, enlighten the student community on this campus. And he accepted my request. Thank you, sir. And today's chief guest, let me once again stress on that word, today's chief guest, not guest of honor, chief guest. Is the Vice Chancellor of Horticulture University, Janaki Ram Garu. He was here yesterday for a different, program, and I made a request to him that he is the right person, in fact, to grace the chair of, the chief guest, and he accepted my request and he stayed back, sir. Thank you so much. And, the man who is responsible for yesterday's event, today's event, and who loves Andhra University, who loves Vishakhapatnam, and, who is always there to help, in fact, the university. Krishnamurthy garu. All my faculty colleagues. And in fact, I'm also introduced to Bhattachari garu and Sudhakar Reddy garu, Bhaskar garu. And just now I read, from that pamphlet, Madam, I think Ramchandran garu, Umar Ramachandran, right? They are in fact, speakers for today's program, and all the faculty members of the campus. I see quite a few of them from different departments, and especially the delegates. Let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the precincts of Andhra University. And when this particular department is in fact organizing a national seminar on a very important topic called impact of climate change and ecotourism on biodiversity. Yeah. I stand here, at a very important juncture that a very crucial junction will always shape and impact the planet's biodiversity. As such, when you look at the very title of the seminar, those two very important items, be it the climate change or the ecotourism, both of them will have, serious impact and implications on the web of life on the planet. Climate change, not the very first time for me, because, this is the university, historic university, 99 years of existence. Next year, exactly the same time, this university will be celebrating its Shatabdi. And we have an environmental science department, we have an environmental engineering department. Yes, they keep organizing, so many workshops, seminars, etc., on this particular topic, climate change. And, arguably, this is a very, very, very important, in fact, item, climate change. Very, very important item, because it is interlinked with many global issues that way. And as such, despite the fact that I do not belong to this particular otherwise, area, but otherwise, that sensitization, I got it through several ways. It could be probably, I think, listening to people, or, observing things outside, or, getting some content from movies, all these things, yeah? Climate change. But we are, in fact, feeling that climate change impact in the very hall itself. Right? So climate change, in fact, it's in fact, it's striking us like anything. And now we talk about biodiversity. See, for that matter, all these, species, because of, the rise in temperatures, we are the human beings. We know, how to probably, I think, when you have money, we can always get these air conditions installed and, servicing done. If not that, other ways and means we have got, But otherwise, when you look at the species, the animals, they have no option, probably I think, other than migrating. And at the same time, under that also there is a classification. Not all of them can migrate. Even if they migrate also, there are definitely going to be problems because food shortage will be there. And a lot of, ecological imbalance also would also be there. Look at, those polar bears. Would it be possible for them to migrate? They'll have to die. So many issues, because of this particular climate change, the high rise, in the temperatures. One has to, in fact, look, especially a seminar of this particular sort where, so many delegates, about 500 delegates, I am told about 350 people are from, outside of Andhra Pradesh. All of us, you have to probably, I think, deliberate, come out with, certain policies so that easily we can sensitize people and see to it that, people understand the importance of that and try to probably, I think, follow with emergency. That's very important. And people talk about, the sea and all. And I got to, in fact, listen to one particular expert. I do not remember exactly when it was, about 6-7 months back. He was, in fact, talking about, the excessive absorption of carbon dioxide, CO2 by the sea will be affecting the marine life, especially that particular, shellfish, etc. He was talking, I do not remember the terminology, but otherwise he was saying that, that CO2 absorption, excessive absorption by the sea is going to impact, all, the marine life, especially the shellfish and other things. He was talking about that. So even that means, indirectly we are also causing damage to the marine life, right? And similarly, I also got an opportunity to listen to, one of the experts. He was talking about how this, in fact, the climate is going to affect the coral reefs, and how probably I think the high rise in temperatures are going to bleach the coral reefs and all. These are all, today you see the hurricanes, the hudhuds, etc. All these things, they're all, in fact, nothing but the cause of, this climate change. And in fact, the previous speaker, he was also talking about, the plants that sometimes, blooming their flowers, not exactly on time, right? But I think you call it as what is that? Phenological balance, imbalance, phenological imbalance or something. I'm not sure about the term, but otherwise, this is going to be there because, when they're blooming, not exactly on certain terms, that means it is going to, in fact, affect the ecosystems and the birds and the species which are going to depend on that, also would be affected. These things every day we are seeing. So what is the solution for all these things? It's nice, probably I think young generation would look at movies. I still remember, I love that movie also, Janata Garage, right? Wherein that hero always, works in favor of ecological balance. He loves trees and he always fights with the people who does mining. And who sings a beautiful song, on sun, God's son, etc. All the people. But otherwise, that kind of a feeling, that kind of a sensation, every one of us, should have that. That's very, very important because each one of us can always make a difference, right? This is very important. And similarly, the ecotourism. I also travel, if not frequently, maybe I think once in every 3-4 years. That way, I fight with my wife because, maximum last 30 years, maybe I might have traveled with her 3 or 4 times only. Tourism, it could be maybe that Ooty or something like that. Yeah. Ecotourism. This also has the positive side and as well as the negative side of it. Probably experts might dwell more on that. Ecotourism, once probably I think people started moving towards, especially, such areas where, you see all this particular wildlife, etc., how it is being preserved. You go there and you want to enjoy, you want to have that scenic view and all, definitely it is going to create more economy for those local peoples. So they get some kind of an understanding why we are coming there. Why are we going there? To witness that, otherwise the beauty of the planet, the beauty of, the practical things over there, which otherwise we miss in the city. So when we go there, automatically they get a lot of revenue and hence they understand that, using this particular revenue, they'll have to maintain, that particular place in the same way because and why we are coming there only to see. In case if it is destroyed, definitely the tourism, it gets suffered. So that understanding is there. But otherwise, you see, look around, overcrowding. You go there, we throw plastic bottles. Are we not causing damage? Yeah, ecotourism, it has its advantages. Otherwise, it is having its own disadvantages. And look at, those animals around. They have their own, style of feeding habits, breeding habits, migration habits. But you start going there and you start feeding them. I've seen so many people, feeding, bananas to all the monkeys over there. Otherwise, giving, all these different kinds of seeds to various animals over there. They are losing their, otherwise habits. So in a way, you are causing a lot of stress and impacting, their life pattern and lifestyle and breeding style also. Experts probably, I think, might dwell more on that. This practically I have seen over there. So monkey, every day you are feeding, and every day you are giving some seeds to some birds over there. And in case if they have to, if at all, if they will have to migrate to some other place, and in that some other place the human habitats may not be there, and they are used to, in fact, getting feed from the humans, and they probably, I think, may lost the habit of, probably looking for their own food. So like that, for every time you have got positive side of it as well as the negative sides of it. One has to probably, I think, look at all these, important dimensions. And yes, tourism, ecotourism, it has its own positive side, and the flip side is also there. And similarly, climate change, probably, I think, what kind of new policies are required. If at all, if I get power, I don't know. I would never get, because all of us, for that matter, if ecological issue can become an election issue, the planet would survive and thrive. The ecological young generation, you are all there, look at those things. You have got social media, you have got that power. Don't run around people, who always, crawl for power. That's that particular single and ecological issue. Let it be the election issue, only election issue. Then the planet would definitely, I think, survive and thrive. And all forms of life on the planet, will have their existence. So this kind of, maybe, I think, awareness we will have to bring among, especially the social communities, young school people are there. Let's go out and spread this particular message. And yesterday also, in fact, I happened to recall the statement of, Chinajiyar Swami. Oh, I forgot that. Chinajiyar Swami, sir. Chinajiyar Swami, in fact, we called him last year for the same function in the convention hall. About 2,500 students. It was arranged by our principal. Rapt attention by all, 2,500 students. And Swamiji, in fact, initiated his talk with a line saying that service to man is service to God. And how many of them would agree with him? Entire hall, including me, we raised our hands because we were told like that. We were told like that, service to man is nothing but service to God. Then, he spoke for full 1 hour. And towards the end, he said that how many of the members in the hall would still agree with that statement called service to man is service to God. Nobody raised the hand. And ultimately, he concluded saying that, service to all forms of life is nothing but service to God. Sabhi prani ki seva hi, Ishwar ki seva hai. That was, in fact, the ultimate, slogan he said and statement he made. And the entire hall, in fact, applauded him like anything. So it's all there, in fact, with us. And there is a famous quote by a very, very known person, and A.D. Williams. If you want, you can always Google that A.D. Williams. This was a quote, made by him about 200 years back. And that time, in fact, the entire population of the globe was only just, about 3 billion. Of course, today it is 7 billion, etc. And, his quote, instead of 3, I use, permit to use the word 7. But otherwise, this quote was said by him using the word 3, right? Imagine what 7 billion humans on this planet can accomplish. Imagine what 7 billion humans on this planet can accomplish. If each one of them if each one of them does their job, and if each one of them share the job of all forms of other life, maybe it is impossible to see that in our life, but one thing is very sure and certain: it can always start with you. It can always start with you. Imagine if you are kind to all forms of life. Imagine if you are compassionate to all forms of life. The whole planet becomes a beautiful place for the generations to live and thrive. No matter how much educated you are, no matter how much influenced you are, no matter how you look, how you treat all forms of life tells all about you. This is what he said. Still, I feel that this is relevant and more relevant. In a world where you can be anything, where you can do anything, just be kind and compassionate to all forms of life, and God will bless you like anything. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity. And my request to Sandhya. Sandhya, in case if you feel that the climate change effect is felt by everybody in this hall, there are so many halls in this university. We have got not less than 15 seminar halls, right from 4,000 capacity to 100 capacity. We have got so many halls. If you want to relocate, I'll speak to the concerned department. I'll ask him to arrange. In an hour's time, probably I think you can relocate, because Bhattacharya Garu is here and Bhaskar Garu and all these people are there to deliver lectures. Probably I think after lunch, if you want to shift, you can go to Commerce Department. I'll speak to them, and Commerce Department, couple of halls are there, very good halls. You can have the speakers to share their information with all the delegates over there. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now felicitation. Just 5 minutes, sir. Felicitation. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Janaki Ram Garu, Vice Chancellor, YSR Horticultural University. Now I request our principal, sir, to felicitate Professor Hanchinal Garu, member, National Biodiversity Board. Now I request our member secretary Krishnamurti Garu to felicitate our Vice Chancellor, sir. Now I request our VC sir to felicitate our principal, sir. Parle. No, sir. Sir, na VC gariki mere. VC gari. Chesanga. Now I request. Now I request Professor Hanchinal Garu and Krishnamurti Garu to felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu.
On behalf of the Department of Andhra University, I would like to propose vote of thanks to the inaugural session. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Sandhya Deepika Madam to express welcome to all the dignitaries. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, by that time I'll fix up my things. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. A 10 minutes tea break. After tea break, we can continue with our presentations. Let it be gone. Okay. Let it be served here, and we'll continue serve presentation. Tea will be served in the hall itself only. We are continuing with our presentation by Bhattacharya sir. Now I request Professor Sujata madam to introduce him with a brief biodata.
Very good afternoon to all. Today's speaker, A.K. Bhattacharya, IFS.
My sound better.
Is retired IFS officer of 1983 batch from Madhya Pradesh state. Since December 2015,
Is that working?
hello. He has been engaged as head of Green Highways Program of Ministry of Road Transport of Government of India. Prior to this assignment, he served as various senior positions in Madhya Pradesh Forest Department, like Managing Director and CEO and State Ecotourism Development Mission and Board, and also Executive Director, MP State Forest Development Corporation, Mission Director for Madhya Pradesh State Bamboo Mission, and a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2017 for his contributions in the field of environment, biodiversity, and ecotourism by Environment and Social Welfare Societies of Department of Science and Technology. Presently, he is on mission giving back and working for special projects including mobilizing youth for environment and entrepreneurship movement and supporting many concerned organizations for the cause of environment and entrepreneurship and green solutions. Presently, advising and facilitating implementation of projects with several consultancy on carbon finance in 2 tiger reserves to farmers for bamboo plantation in Madhya Pradesh. And also the special achievement of A.K. Bhattacharya ji is accomplished a 7-month course on sustainable ecotourism as a visiting scholar at the University of Tasmania, and also is executed a course on ecotourism and livelihood at Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal, as a faculty on deputation. Created Madhya Pradesh Ecotourism Development Board, the first in the country which has got national and international recognition, served as CEO. Many innovative initiatives have been undertaken, including rural ecotourism, and developed ecotourism policy of Madhya Pradesh and helped few other states in developing policies, and his drafted ecotourism scheme included 12 5-year plan of planning commission.
Finish it. It's okay.
And he have 10 research articles and 2 books published at international level. And this biodata, we are eagerly waiting for your presentation, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you, one and all.
Your name is
Sujata.
Sujata. Thank you, Sujata. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'll be louder. Hello. Hello. Is it working? Pakka? Where is the mic? Oh, yeah, then that is also not working. Unless you hear me, I want to be comfortable. तो सभी को नमस्कार and now it's good afternoon. So I'm so excited and so nostalgic to be here because of this combination of the heterogeneous combination of the audience, the students, the researchers, the faculty, the practitioners. How many forest officers are here? Only forest officers. Okay, so you see, I'm still a student. I consider that I'm sailing a small boat of knowledge in the vast ocean of the subject. And I've been a researcher. For me, research has been a different motto. The research, for me, research is a solution, is a tool. As Mr. Vice Chancellor was telling,
we have to provide solutions. So you'll be surprised. I have guided 9 PhDs, and everyone had a different topic. So there was no similarity in any topic. One is GFM, another is contribution of non-timber forest products to women and child healthcare, and then ecotourism. In ecotourism, probably the first PhD in the country on ecotourism auditing. So all different. So because for me, research is a solution. Research should be true. What I'm going to do is I'm going to divide my discussion into 3 parts. First is conceptual clarity about ecotourism. So you will come to know that there is a lack of clarity about ecotourism, and there should be a proper clarity about ecotourism. Once you adopt ecotourism as a tool, adopt ecotourism as a solution. And second part will be ecotourism biodiversity interface, and how can we use ecotourism as a tool for biodiversity conservation. And third part is I try to identify the research areas, because this is academia, this is the audience includes academia, researchers. I'm trying to identify certain research areas. Before I start my presentation, I can do that. So I'll just taking a clue from what the experts say. So I'll just share some viewpoints about the to respond to certain issues raised by the speakers in the previous session. Okay, as I understand from the address of the chairman Biodiversity Authority, that this International Day of Biodiversity, 22nd May, whose the preamble is be a part of that. Mentioned there, be a part of that. But India has also probably adopted the same Biodiversity Day as the National Biodiversity. I really wonder, why do we celebrate all these international days? International Forestry Day, World Environment Day. Why can't we have our national day? So I have been working in bamboo and ecotourism. I always advocated why shouldn't we have National Bamboo Day? We should have National Climate Change Day, National Environment Day. So I think National Biodiversity Central is National Biodiversity Authority. We has adopted International Biodiversity Day as National Biodiversity Day also, and the theme is from agreement to action. Build back biodiversity. That is it. Okay, I'm very happy that our secretary, State Biodiversity Board, he expressed, which I always ponder over, the actions. Normally we all are thinkers. Most of us are thinkers, and more thinkers than the workers. We need more workers than thinkers. So he mentioned about action. I'm very happy that he has kept in mind what the action points emerging from the seminar. So right at this juncture, I think what the State Biodiversity Board can work in this direction, having a revision document. The revision document is very important, because normally I find that the reason is misplaced, whether it is federal level or the state level, reason is misplaced. I call it displaced reason. So when the revision document, when the state ecotourism policy, we developed one ecotourism policy for Madhya Pradesh, and then ecotourism action plan, and then some pilot projects. So develop one ecotourism destination area, maybe even this university can take up, and then give all input, and then make it an ideal pilot ecotourism destination area, which can be replicated elsewhere. And then it's very interesting that the subject of your seminar has both problem and solution. It is said ecotourism, climate change and ecotourism. Ecotourism is a problem, and climate change is a problem because of a set of processes, and ecotourism is a solution. ecotourism is food. So the subject of your webinar has both problem and the solution. Just one taking a clue from what previous speakers say about the research. He mentioned about millet. That is the topic for your research. He mentioned about it. Very interestingly, this year, 2023 was International Year for Millet. Okay. We worked on a millet project in a tribal village, Nayagar village of primitive tribe group, Maharashtra, tribal district of Andhra Pradesh. With the surprise, we are talking of millet at the federal level, state level, Mr. Modi speaks always of millet, all the, but at the ground level, there is no millet. So production of millet has reduced like anything. So there is no millet, they are not ready to grow more millet, and there is no economy of millet. So why we are talking of so much of millet and there is no millet at the ground level? Why there has to be production has to come from the village level, the community level. So we have to. This is a research topic. We did a project, and you'll be surprised that project was adjudged one of the best projects. The first, it got a first prize at the IIT Bombay. IIT Bombay, the researchers of IIT Bombay worked with me for that project. So, what is the takeaway? The takeaway is the solution is at the community level. Whether you talk of conservation, wildlife conservation, forest conservation, any conservation, the problem is at community level. Wildlife or vanishing. So wildlife are vanishing at the community level. So if we do not address the wildlife issue at the community level, we are not able to resolve that issue. So the first part, my talk of the first part will be conceptual clarity. Conceptual clarity is very important. Yeah, I can see lots of youth there, youth and the students. So I'm quite excited when I see the youth. Why? Youth are the future custodian of this country. Youth are the future custodian of this environment. We are leaving behind a very bad environment. Now you have to decide why do you want to take this environment 10 years ahead. So yeah, and we are there to help you in solutions. We have got options, and without referring Google, when you want to find out solutions all the time at the Google. So we can help you in solution, but you have to be very, very careful. You have to be very, very serious about the future of the environment, and which will decide your future. And I'll suggest you read two books actually. One is documentary, another is two books. If you are not ready, one is Blue Economy. It is by Gunter Pauli. Actually, it is based on the 30 years of experience, and it involves community, the nature, the bamboo, and the community. So, what are the takeaways? There are two lessons from this book. The Blue Economy. Gunter Pauli actually was sitting in Vietnam, and just 1-to-1, and I was quite impressed. And two takeaways is one is what is blue? What is blue? Akash, sky, water, and Akash. So it says holistic integrated approach. So for any scheme, for any problem, for any conservation issue, you need to have a holistic integrated approach. That one. The second is solution. He said solution and solution. So you talk of solution, think of solution, you'll have solution. Normally you always talk of problem. यहाँ problem है, policy नहीं है, we have resource crunch, we don't have finances. So it says we always think of problems. So you have to think of problems, think of solution, talk of solution, you'll have solution. Last point regarding he mentioned very, very nicely your Vice Chancellor about the political will for green. So it is already happening. European countries have a Green Party. European countries, the strongest opposition party is Green Party, and it's happening in India also. I was just examining the election manifesto of all the parties who are dealt with. They have environment issue in their election. But it's already happening. In Delhi, if you remember, these timber market. So it was ultimately removed because that was an election issue. So entire timber market, the sawmillers, it was a nuisance, pollution producing industry was removed. So it's already. And last, he also mentioned about he said कि आपको सभी को प्राणी मात्र के प्रति जो है आपको जागरूक होना है, all living beings. And it is not an option. You don't have a choice. You have to do it. It is called as holosynotic nature of environment. What is holosynotic nature? You have seen spider web. You must have seen a spider web. So in jungle, you must have seen a big spider web. So between two trees, there is spider web. If you touch it, it will move around and come to its position. And if you move it a little faster, it will come on one side. But if you remove it, if you remove one or two threads out of it, it will collapse. So these are the traits of different abiotic and abiotic components. That's an example. That's a narration. So this is called holosynotic nature, and it is resilience. It is the resilience of the whole system. And if you use it beyond the resilience, it will collapse. Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Start the topic.
Finish it up or start?
No, start the topic.
It is already started. I'm sharing what I have. Okay. Some worried about timeline. The number of slides is too high, but I'll skip this slide and I'll just focus on few slides to communicate what is relevant and essential. So I'll speak mainly on ecotourism, biodiversity conservation. So what does it? We should preserve every scrap of biodiversity as priceless while we learn to use it and come to understand what it means to humanity. The nature is full of magical things, patiently waiting for our eyes to grow sharper. So for me, it is ecotourism. You think, you close your eyes and think deeply. So the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I sleep. So I'll request all of you, especially the youth, the students, to take this pledge and read it, and you read it to yourself. I pledge for my lifetime commitment for the cause of environmental protection and amelioration to sustain a safer life, a safer environment for healthy life for all. I shall adopt myself and will encourage all stakeholders to adopt all the measures of best management practices to maintain the environment around us in the best possible conditions. I will reduce and help others to reduce our carbon footprint and shall make all efforts to achieve the carbon neutral lifestyle. So this I'll skip because it will take another half an hour. I started my ecotourism career from Australia. I created this ecotourism board and I included the ecotourism scheme in Government of India. There are two books. The left side book is a basic book on ecotourism livelihoods, and the right side book has a complete portion, as a not chapter, it is a complete part of the book is ecotourism. And my hypothesis is, a lack of clarity about ecotourism, concept and practices, disproportionate community benefit, community-based ecotourism leads to biodiversity conservation, and there's a tremendous scope. That's a positive thing. There's a win-win situation. So we few clarification we need to ponder over. So tourism to ecotourism. So when if there are negative impacts, this is tourism. When we remove the negative impacts, it becomes ecotourism. So you should be very clear. There are only two types of tourism: mass tourism and ecotourism. All other tourism, they are either subsector or their branding or their market sector. So the only clue, this is globally accepted. So they are well researched. So only the two types of tourism and mass tourism and ecotourism. And right to travel is human right. So you cannot stop people coming to natural areas. Every tourism should be ecotourism. Why? Because every tourism involves environment. Wherever there is environment, you have to have certain standard operating procedures, certain guidelines, certain prescriptions, certain precautions. So it makes it ecotourism. Wildlife tourism to wilderness ecotourism. I will not narrate on this because we don't have much time. Wildlife protection to wildlife conservation, Wildlife Protection Act into Wildlife Conservation Act. You'll be surprised, in other countries we have Wildlife Conservation Act. Tiger tourism to non-tiger tourism, tourism policy to include ecotourism policy, ecotourism in working plan management. Why I'm saying working plan and the management plan, working plan in forest area and eco management plan in wildlife areas, protected areas is a Bible for management. So ecotourism we developed a chapter, we got included ecotourism in working plan. So ecotourism plan has to be included in the working plan to make it sustainable, also from funding point of view. And there is clarity, lack of clarity between protection and conservation. So even forest officers do not have clarity. So just give the answer to yourself. I will not ask because of time. Otherwise, I take it from the students. So the protection, we are doing protection, not conservation. What is different? Conservation is protection plus utilization. If you don't allow we are missing the utilization part. So, communities are dependent on the resource, and if we don't allow them to utilize, and if we don't plan accordingly, so if you miss the utilization part, you won't be able to achieve the goal of conservation. So we are doing protection and not conservation. Okay. Ecotourism provides is solution. I call it livelihoods. Livelihoods means employment. And ecotourism is the only non-conservative use of the resource. I'll repeat. Ecotourism is the only non-conservative use of the nature. Yes, all the activities will consume nature and consume resources, the forest. Ecotourism is only non-conservative use of the resource. So here starts somebody mentioned about 2006. So future of tourism is ecotourism. I'll read it out because it is the starting point of ecotourism. Ecotourism, as it is called, is the mantra of new age travel industry. As ecotourism has mostly to do with the nature and wilderness, the forest department becomes a key actor in the activity center on ecotourism. Augmented infrastructure raised and mechanisms of interdepartmental and intersectoral collaboration worked out. This National Forest Commission in 2006. There are lots of statistics. I'll not go through these statistics. These statistics indicate two things. There is constant phenomenal rise in ecotourism, in tourism in general, and ecotourism in particular, globally, federally, and even a state level. So ecotourism increases. It surpasses employment potential of agriculture and industrial sector. 1 out of 11 jobs directly or indirectly related to tourism. So it has tremendous potential for economic development of the state, of the country, of the community. Yeah, we need to diversify the ecotourism from the stress area to other areas. That's a management issues, and there is a carrying capacity concept that we must understand very interesting. Carrying capacity means to allow a particular number in an area, whether it is a protected area, national parks, and we consider it a number game, but it's actually not number game because If you are allowing 20 diesel vehicles, it is equivalent to 100 electrical vehicles. Or you can say one electrical vehicle will be equivalent to 20 diesel vehicles. So it is impact. It is not the number here. So by addressing the impact issue, you can increase the number. You can increase. I give you another example for more clarity. There is a bird called bristle grass bird. Attorney spider, bristle grass. It's like the how the spider. So it breeds in a grassland. So it breeds between October to February month. So that time, what is the carrying capacity of that area? No, because you don't know where the eggs are. But rest of the time, maybe 20, 100 or whatever. So it is the impact which is important, not the number. Okay. So to make it simple, ecotourism, there are around 36 definitions of ecotourism, standard definition. My book includes all those standard definitions on ecotourism, globally accepted. So all these definitions have three components, three underlying components, and one is conservation of the resource on which the tourism or ecotourism is based, and then conservation education leading to conservation, and community involvement, not just community participation. Not that you bring the community, make them dance before the tourists. It's not like that. Conservation, 3 C's, remember 3 C's, and it is universally accepted, so there is no issue. Conservation, education, and community. In Hindi also it is Samvardhan, Shiksha, and Samudha. These are also the 3 S and 3 C. It is ecotourism addresses probably the maximum sustainable development goal. So, sustainable development goals, the goals to transform the world. The principles transforming the world. We have NITI Aayog, National Institute of Transforming India, on a similar pattern. So, maximum the ecotourism addresses maximum number of sustainable development goals. Which are those sustainable development goals? Number one, no poverty. 8, decent work and economic growth. 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10, reduce inequality. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 13, climate action, and 15. So ecotourism is activity alone can address so many sustainable development goals. Again, these are the statistics, hyperlink. So I'm not going to the statistics. Just to show you what is a phenomenal growth, between 1950, 25 to 2020, 1600. And unfortunately, India's share to the world's tourist traffic is very low, 0.64. This is international tourist arrival. In 2011, Maharashtra was the top. Now Gujarat is the top. I'll show you another slide. You can see somebody was, Murthy was referring to 8%. You see, 8.8% annual growth, 7.9% annual growth per annum tourism-led GDP. So these indicate this percentage increase indicate that there is a tremendous potential in ecotourism-based economic development in the country as well as in your state. Number of forest arrivals is 8.59. You see, just check this annual growth rate. It's very, very high. Annual growth rate on the right side. They are very, very. This one. And this share of India in international is 2.8%. India's rank is 14%. This is just again comparison, recent figure. These are the recent figures. And domestic percentage increase is 115.45. Leading state UP and Tamil Nadu. Foreign is Gujarat and Maharashtra. And percentage it is very high. Actually, 19 was the high, 2019, and then because of COVID, 2021, there is a rapid reduction in the number of footfall of the tourists in the country. This is international tourist arrival, and it's not much. Yeah, this actually I compared for global, national, and Madhya Pradesh for us. They just to see there's a tremendous how much potential is constantly increasing. Yeah. So this term ecotourism, it was coined in 1987 by Lascurian. And 2017 it was International Year for Sustainable Tourism for Development. And when sustainable tourism and ecotourism are the same. Yeah, I gave you these are various a few definitions which are globally acknowledged. So I'll just share the definition which has been accepted by the Planning Commission. This says the International Union of the Conservation of IUCN has adopted the definition of ecotourism as given by Lascurian. Environmentally responsible travel and visitation to relatively undisturbed natural areas to enjoy, study and appreciate nature and accompanying cultural features both past and present that promotes conservation, has lower visitor impact, and provides for beneficially active socio-economic involvement and local population. Ecotourism has been included in 12 5-year plan. The 12 5-year plan included ecotourism with this definition. We had proposed this definition. And the focus is ecotourism and livelihoods. And it says the long-term policy is needed on ecotourism, complementary with the conservation objectives and participation of local stakeholders from the surrounding communities, the Planning Commission said. So these are the basic components. It is nature-based tourism, ecological sustainable management, conservation education, as I said, local community, and tourist satisfaction. So as I said, there's only two types of tourism, mass tourism and ecotourism. In mass tourism, goal is economic. Ecotourism, it is conservation. And the mass tourism, the knowledge is passive. Ecotourism, in ecotourism, it is a research and learning based. Mass tourism, the experience is comfort. And in ecotourism, the experience is uniqueness. How unique is your experience? And mass tourism is a culture is a maybe or may not be there. And ecotourism culture is an integral part. The community participation and the presentation, sharing about their culture. Participation in mass tourism is little, and in ecotourism, it is the focus is on local benefit. It is something like that. I find that ecotourism for image maybe many of the government projects. So everybody thinks ecotourism in its own way. So it's like six blinds. Yeah. So it is benefits are more economic, social, and environmental. Ecotourism is the fastest growing industry, and the market forces one. Expected receipts to cross is 3,000 billions by 2030. So you can imagine how much potential it has from both your career point of view, the prospect point of view, entrepreneurship point of view. Ecotourism is an effective tool for sustainable wildlife management, sustainable development. There is tremendous potential, especially at state level. It can play a role in the livelihood security. Somebody was mentioning about livelihood security of local communities. The basic principles is a small scale, and it should have environmental ethics. It should be sustainable environmentally, socially, culturally, and it should have experience. Should be educational. It should have the participation of the local communities, and it should be biocentric. Why ecotourism? Avoid negative impacts. Educate traveler, direct revenues for conservation, and bring economic benefits to the local. Emphasizes need for planning and sustainable growth. Retains high percentage of revenue and increasingly relies on infrastructure, local infrastructure, indigenous technology. Revenue generated can be channelized for the conservation, generates local employment, stimulates local industry, diversifies local economy. The local transport is all local economy is improved. Local transport communities and it serves an effective educational tool for visitors. Negative impacts of tourism. I have mentioned tourism, not ecotourism. So tourism has a cause will cause degradation of the habitat, unregulated tourist activity may cause disturbance of flora and fauna. You can imagine this is one Nil Gaya was died in our Bandihar National Park, Bhopal, and when it was operated, postmortem, in the postmortem, we had 20 kg of plastic in the stomach. So you can imagine in the park, national park. And ecotourism alienate people. Ecotourism combines people. And in an influx of outsiders, you have outsiders and tourism outsiders, and ecotourism promotes local entrepreneurs. The local affinity is more. This is not ecotourism. You see, I'll show you some pictures now. So this is not ecotourism. This is tiger tourism. This is tiger tourism, and globally, there is a tremendous growth of non-tiger tourism. Why community-based ecotourism? Because communities are integral part of ecotourism. Communities are first to be affected, and for sustainable tourism, involvement of communities is must. And since tourism brings many changes at the community level, so community-based ecotourism is the only solution. These are some of the community-based assets. So these have to be used to involve communities, like traditional, local, vernacular, trays, houses, ceremonies, rituals, crafts, music, dance, instruments. So these all things, these all attributes have to be promoted in order to promote ecotourism and involve communities for biodiversity conservation. Local construction material, all. Now you can see the Desi Kabelu, left side. So we are promoting these country tiles. And nowadays you have lots of the improvised tiles. There's a local bamboo fencing post. There's a bamboo enterprise. This is a Baga community, left side. So they have made bamboo products, the lampshade, and which are hanging in, you can imagine, one of the bottles of alcohol. So they are not getting their share. They are not getting their share. A bamboo is a material, natural material. So we must promote the natural materials. Jungle food, it can be converted into entire industry, which will be win-win situation for both the department and the community. There is both enterprise and non-enterprise. For example, enterprise homestay. Homestay is picking up, even community stay. And then non-enterprise like interpretation center, and there is a range of activities under non-enterprise and enterprise. These are the activities, The activities are very important, even tourism and ecotourism. The range of activities, a unique experience. So so that you can make them, the visitors, come back to that destination. Similarly, the event, you organize different types of event, nature camp, eco camp, adventure camp, eco awards, workshop, and all that for more and more interaction with the communities. These are destination-wise activities, like forest, protected areas, mountains, desert, lake. You have to identify activity, destination-wise activities. Beaches, coral reef, like beaches, you have a different type range of activities. These are the activities. Camping. You want me to finish? So the innovative approach is a key to ecotourism. Like innovative themes, innovative projects, innovative technology, innovative infrastructure. So the organizers want me to finish, so I proceed fast. These are various. It's a very good activity, even from biodiversity conservation point of view. Different structures in eco structures are there. We are implementing this. Innovative technologies, NCR water management, indigenous technology, rainwater harvesting. Innovative structures are there. So these are most popular ecotourism activities: boating, cycling, birding. The community is the most crucial. So it's of the people, by the people, for the people. So capacity building is very important, whether in all the sectors. First time we introduced women guides and women drivers. This is interesting. The head loaders were converted into self-help groups making paper mache work, and they specialize in masks. So now they are not spoiling they are not damaging the forest. They are not bringing wood as head loaders, and they are into paper mache work. They are specialized into paper mache. So we are involving in youth in a big way, and this is about how we can integrate ecotourism with livelihood security and biodiversity conservation. It contributes to conservation biodiversity we discussed, and ecotourism is directly dependent on biodiversity resource, so the integration is must. Ecotourism is considered as an ideal solution for preserving biodiversity when implemented effectively, and it begins to holistically address the primary causes of biodiversity. If successfully implemented, provide economic alternatives, engage, empower local communities, engage sustainable use of resources, and promote positive social, economic, and cultural environment. So ecotourism is now globally accepted solution for preserving biodiversity when implemented effectively. Oh, sorry, I'm going back. Yeah. Just few slides for these are the pros. The protects habitat, slows down deforestation, alternative to ecologically conservative activities, raises conservation awareness among local communities. There are few good examples. I'll just name them. I'll not describe them. There are good ecotourism examples around us. The nearest biodiversity conservation based ecotourism example is Annapurna Conservation Reserve. Then we have Australia's Great Barrier Reef. Then bird watching is one of the activities. And there is one finding that Costa Rica had lower rates of poverty relative to other areas because of ecotourism. This is interesting. Niue is a Hawaii island and very restricted ecotourism, very, very restricted, and it's flourishing. And Caribbean, there's Carilas, Barrier Reef is another example, and it is very interesting, Omar Bongo, the president of Gabon, has set aside about 10% of the country's landmass for 13 national parks. And there's another Amazon-based logging. That is another good example of ecotourism. And the mountain gorillas of Africa is another good example of you can see sometime. So this is application of biodiversity ecotourism, identification of spot, layout of nature trace. This is a practice for managers. And then different activities, self-guided trails for biodiversity conservation, interpretation centers, capacity building. So what is the lesson? The ecotourism phenomenon is complex, and while definitions are vary, it consists of local communities, sustainability, environmental conservation, and economy. So ecotourism plays a critical role in biodiversity and habitat preservation, biodiversity. Some research areas, just 2 minutes. So I'm not explaining what are the components of this research area. Just I'll name them. Benefits from and costs of tourism to indigenous and local communities. These actually areas have been identified as gray areas where the research needed. Models for indigenous ecotourism development, we don't have any model which could be replicated. Environmental and social impacts assessment of ecotourism projects, carrying capacity both natural and social, and climate change ecotourism interface is an important area for research and intervention. Baseline survey to facilitate the monitoring, visitor surveys, evaluation of impacts on communities, indicators to cover aspects of management of biodiversity and sustainable tourism, including socio-economic and cultural aspects at global, national, and local levels, ecotourism auditing and certification. These are very important areas for research and also for practice. Environment impact assessment. So it's very important area when you take up some project. So humanity is exalted not because we are so far above other living creatures, as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, but because knowing them well elevates that very concept of life. Any questions? That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable speech. Now I request second speaker, Sri Sudhakar Reddy Garu, to give his lecture. Before that, I request Professor S.B. Padal to introduce him with a brief biodata of Sudhakar Reddy.
Can I bring my power supply?
I'm very happy to introduce a very eminent and renowned scientist in India, Dr. Sudhakar Reddy. Sintala is scientist, SG and Head of Forest Biodiversity and Ecology Division, National Remote Sensing Center, Indian Space Research Organization, Hyderabad, Telangana. He received his MSc in Botany from Usmania University and PhD in Botany from Kakatiya University. He has been consistently ranked in the world top 2% scientist for the last 4 years by Stanford University and elsewhere. He ranked 13 among best scientists of India in ecology and evolution by research.com. So he is known for his significant contributions in remote sensing and GIS applications in forest biodiversity and ecology. He has made contribution to the flora of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan, Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep. He has authored 312 research papers that have been published in peer-reviewed journals. So major credentials: National Geomatic Award 2023 from Indian Society of Geomatics. So Professor Memorial Gold Medal Award 2022 from Indian Botanical Society. Hari Om Ashram Perity Dr. Vikram Sarabhai Research Award 2017 from Physical Research Laboratory, Government of India. Professor M.B. Raizada Medal Award 2016 from Association for Plant Taxonomy. Professor P.R. Fisaroti Memorial Award 2014 from Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Dr. S.K. Jain Medal Award 2010 from Association for Plant Taxonomy. And ISRO Young Scientist Merit Award 2008 from Department of Space and Government of India. Yesterday also one national award sir got here. Dr. Reddy has supervised 9 PhD theses and 56 master dissertations. He is Associate Editor of Journal of Indian Society of Remote Sensing and Biodiversity and Conservation. Thank you for introducing me. Sudhakar Reddy, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, after listening to every distinguished personnel, my lecture, I don't know how best I can able to cover, but I will try my best. This one of the theme of the national conference is on the impact of the climate change on biodiversity. So all you are aware that yesterday, of Dr. Sri Krishnamurthy Garu, Member Secretary, AP Biodiversity Board, we had a grand celebration on International Day of Biological Diversity. There, the many intellectuals, many policymakers, as well as the ground level biodiversity management supporting members, everyone attended and the talks were excellent. In my presentation, I would like to cover in the point of the scientific as well as technological side, that they exploring the interconnected web of biodiversity, forest, and climate change through remote sensing of Earth observations. All we are aware that there is a consensus globally that the Earth is undergoing a global change. Even the recent report by the United Nations also says that the planet Earth is undergoing a triple planetary crisis. They are saying that there is a loss of biodiversity, the ongoing climate change, as well as the increasing level of pollution in the atmosphere. It is known as a triple planetary crisis. So now we need not to study them in isolation. We have to have integrated approaches in understanding the linkage between or the connections between the climate change pollution. As we are discussing this topic in lengthy, the consensus was there in 1992 also that the entire, all the countries, all the majority of the national leaders globally, they agreed for a sustainable development. And there are three important documents were agreed. That is the Convention on Biology, UNFCCC on climate change, and on the principles of sustainable forest management. And if you see the United Nations SDG goals, again, there is a relevance of the forest management, there is a relevance of the biodiversity conservation to mitigate the impacts caused by the climate change and also the ongoing climate change impacts to mitigate and also to go for strategies for the sustainable future. However, there is a declaration in 1992 says that everyone is a party to that agreement, but later after 30 years, again there are several publications. Even in fact, I observed in Scopus, there are more than 400 publications. They are saying that the planet is not safe anymore for life. So that is the key word we are getting, that even though there are many activities were taken globally, nationally, regionally, locally, finally again and again we are stressing about the conservation, management of resources, and also again global warming and climate change. So if you see this, out of the 9 planetary boundaries, Earth has already breached the 6 boundaries. Even remaining 3 also regionally they breached. For example, like our professor said, the air pollution level in Delhi. So the majority of the metropolitan cities, majority of the developed nations are now suffering with the problem of increasing level of pollution. So now if you see this, there is a loss of biosphere integrity. There is a loss of clean water. So there is a huge deforestation happening in many of the places except in India. So now this is the global problem. We have to have a very interdisciplinary to cross-disciplinary approach in tackling these problems. Again, there is a hope by the publication. They says that there is a chance still now, even though we have breached many of the transgressed many of the planetary boundaries, still there is a hope to conserve the biodiversity. But in the current scenario, you are in the middle, like 2010 to 2020 time, 25. So if the similar business as usual scenario is going on, by 2100, the planet Earth is not safe anymore for life. So this is a message by giving them, but still there is a positive side as a optimistic by adopting sustainable practices, sustainable consumption, sustainable production, and all these SDG goals. If you achieve at least majority of them, then there is a chance that there is an improvement in the biodiversity. So we can give the better society for the future generations. And the triple planetary crisis, like atmospheric pollution level, forest, biodiversity, climate change, all these are interlinked. Now we should not say the impact of climate change and biodiversity, because the biodiversity also impacting or accelerating the fate of the climate change, and all are interlinked. We should not study them in isolation. Now we need to understand them in a holistic way by integrated subjects. So if you see that there is a change in the species distribution pattern along the altitudes, along the latitudes, and there is along the poles, and also there is a change in the species abundance, and also change in the ecosystem composition ecosystem structure, function. So these are all are going to affect the existence of the biodiversity, and this is now going to affect the climate, and so the planet will be more unsafe if you are not conserving the biodiversity. And also I will want to go again and again the whatever the speaker said, like however as on current date, the major loss for the biodiversity is happening due to the habitat loss. So it is like deforestation, land use change, or sea use change. That is the primary threat for biodiversity. Then after the climate change, pollution, and other like invasive alien species are coming into the picture. And again, if you see in the totality of these drivers, the invasive alien species also considered as the top driver of the global climate change. So this is the issue. It is now interlinked from the multiple facets. Now there is a requirement that we have to monitor the resources periodically on hourly basis or daily basis, yearly basis, on decadal basis. So the Global Climate Observing System has proposed a very unique idea to have the characterization of the climate. So they found that the important variables for the characterization of the climate, they are known as essential climate variables. The ECV is now very popular word. So now, as of now, we have 55 essential climate variables to characterize, to monitor the climate. So now, if we see here, we can able to monitor through the remote sensing satellites the land surface temperature, sea surface temperature, and the anomaly. And there are many other variables, like more than 30 variables, we can able to monitor through the remote sensing of Earth observations. That is like solar net radiation, cloud cover, atmospheric aerosol condition, water vapor, like many things. I am not going into detail, but all are we can able to derive through the space-based remote sensing. And now, with reference to the another triple planetary crisis, the pollution level, the European Space Agency has developed the very state-of-art sensor that is known as a TROPOMI in Sentinel-5P. It will provide the information at 11-kilometer grid cell on the concentration of the remaining trace gases like methane, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide on daily basis. So based on this, we can able to know that the situation of your place or the district or the state, country. So then we have to take the conservation or the management actions to minimize the pollution level. Now coming to the biodiversity, it is very complex than the climate. The climate is mostly like with reference to the precipitation, temperature, sea level rise, or melting of glaciers, and the radiation or albedo. But the biodiversity is a very complex discipline. It is not possible to study only the botanist or the zoologist or the wildlife scientist. Many people has to contribute, including the geographers, computer science experts, ecologists. Many disciplines has to work in the field of the biodiversity assessment and monitoring. And similar to the essential climate variables, under the guidance of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the researchers have developed a very novel concept. It is known as a essential biodiversity variables. So they identified the 6 classes of the essential biodiversity variables because they are like a minimum set of measurements or the variables required to study, assess, monitor, and report the change in the biological diversity. So you have genetic composition, ecosystem structure, ecosystem function, community composition, and many others which we need to address through the multiple domains. So it's not only like the earlier days, we are saying like the ecological science means the structural diversity, taxonomical diversity, and the functional diversity. Now we need to go for a better variables which are characterizing the change in the biological diversity. But how to tackle this issue? For the climate, also the state of our technology, the remote sensing is helping in addressing the issue. Here also, the remote sensing, by having the data from the various resolutions, spectrally, spatially, temporally, as again like the multispectral data, microwave remote sensing data, laser-based remote sensing. So you can able to address the structural components, functional components, and the other relevant components of the species through these high resolution, high temporal remote sensing data sets. But coming to the field now, because this is the basic, because the species is the unit for the biodiversity. So we need to understand the species composition, the diversity, richness initially. So we have the concepts like the alpha diversity, that is the diversity within the community, beta diversity, the diversity across the communities, and the gamma diversity says about the overall landscape diversity. So to address such type of issues, we need to have the long-term ecological plots. So then we can able to understand the impact of this climate change or the influence of the environmental gradient on the species composition as well as the diversity. So this is one example showing that we need to have the tree mapped plots with the proper XY location. So you can now, because we have the open access data sets through the Google Earth imagery from ISRO, from European Space Agency, from NASA, from University of Maryland. So many databases are available free of cost. So now you can take the advantage of the available high resolution data sets, but you need to have the sample plots with the proper tree location, with the proper XY location. So you can able to monitor their growth pattern, mortality, and also the regeneration as well as the recruitment. So this is now it's a necessity that we need to go for a long-term ecological research. And as per the literature, the majority of the countries are following this kind of the spatial framework. They are not only studying the species diversity or preparing the enumeration of the species of the given place, but they are also addressing many of the variables which are directly linked to the vegetation, biodiversity, and the climate. So now if you see in the totality, habitat is under the influence of the climate, and also the habitat also affects the climate. The many other variables like the relationship between climate and vegetation, vegetation phenology. Again, the vegetation phenology also directly linked with the existing climatic conditions. So like this, we have themes which are need to be studied in a holistic way. Then only we can able to understand this complicated processes which are linked with the climate. Now coming to the forest types, the India is a mega biodiversity country. The champion set has identified the 16 major forest type groups in India. It is like a miniature planet. We have a tropical forest, subtropical forest, as well as temperate forest, and also the alpine forest, similar to the boreal vegetation. So this is like a miniature planet. You have all the climatic zones of the world, and the conservation and management is not a simple issue there, because again there is a policy issues, social issues, and many others are under they are influencing the these forest types. So, but what remote sensing is contributing is that by utilizing the ecological principles which are given by the champion safe, like the elevation, slope, aspect, climate, like precipitation, temperature, vegetation phenology, leaf longevity, leaf lifespan, leaf type, and also the other structural and functional details, we can able to classify the forest types based on the remote sensing. So this is the one baseline data we have created as part of the project on biodiversity characterization landscape level, and also improved it based on the National Carbon Project to address the biodiversity, biomass, as well as the carbon sequestration issues. And this is one of the output from our national long-term project as part of the National Carbon Project, where we have attempted to map the India's forest cover initially for 1930s to the recent period, and also we have mapped the and in majority actually we have so many plantations outside the forest and also in the tree outside forest landscapes. Now the India is able to provide the more carbon source, carbon sink as compared to the neighboring countries. There are two countries which are unable to fulfill the targets of the conventional biological diversity are like Myanmar and Bangladesh. And there is a technological development. Now in every mobile we have the smartphone option. You are not only using for the communication purpose, you are using for navigation, and many other utilities are available through the mobile phone. So there is a AI-driven technologies, artificial intelligence. Similarly, now in the remote sensing and GIS domain also, we have the utilization of these artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning technologies. They are helping us in understanding the patterns of the deforestation, tree cover change, Now we need not to wait for like 2 years after the FSI for State of Forest report. Now the Global Forest Watch, it is available in the open access domain. This is approachable to anyone, for all citizens. So you can able to see in your own neighborhood, is there any tree cover loss? So they have utilizing the every 15-day time period Landsat data, and they are providing the information on the tree cover gain as well as the loss. And what is the importance of the remote sensing? Again, like the in situ field measurements are only, we are generally taking the random mode or through stratified random sampling method, but they are not providing the information on the entire region or the state. By using this machine learning technologies as well as the remote sensing data sets, now you can able to upscale the information from the plot level to the regional level. So you can able to generate the map not only for the given sample plot of like 1 hectare, you can able to generate the sample species diversity information for the entire regional landscape. And this is a study we have taken with the request from the National Academy of Customs in the Palasamudram, Sri Satyasai district. There, when I visited, I found very few trees, and then I thought that we need to, because their motto also to go for a sustainable, their motto also to go for a biodiversity conservation, and they would like to develop the campus with the majority of the native species. Then we have made a baseline inventory by making not only the 200-hectare campus, I took the 900-hectare survey to have the baseline data on the tree resources. And in the image chip, I'm showing that these trees are more than 30, which were planted before the India's independence. All these are the tamarind trees. So we made a map. So this is now, we have the 1 centimeter level positional accuracy for each tree location. So now you can able to monitor through even through Google Earth imageries. You need not to purchase any commercial satellite data. You can able to see that all your trees are under safe condition or not. So this is the baseline database we generated for the National Academy of Customs campus in Palasamudram. And also the carbon sequestration biomass, madam anyway will deal. I will not go in detail now. But the remote sensing will provide you the information more innovative way, because while quantifying the biomass, the majority is the structural attribute. So we need information of GBH and height. But the visual height is always have the bias. Like sometimes by seeing the tree, I will say 5 meter, you will say 6 meter, someone say 4 meter. But the LiDAR based remote sensing will give you the exact height. So that can be integrated in the allometric models to reduce the uncertainty in the estimation of the biomass. So this is a open access product available for everyone. So if you want to know the tree heights in your campus, you can download and see. And recently they released even 10-meter resolution version to depict the forest canopy, not only forest canopy height, it also includes the trees outside forest with the height of 3 meters and above. So this is a unique sensor from the International Space Station. It is providing the data from 2019 onwards. And then coming to the climate change perspective, the fire is a essential climate variable, and also the fire is a disturbance also considered as the essential biodiversity variable. So we need to consider fire as the major threat, and it is a now not only local phenomena only for deciduous forest, you have fires in even agricultural fields also. So if you see here this animation, the fires are happening somewhere around the world every day. So this is the technological support given through the remote sensing. Now we are from the 2006 onwards, the NRSC has collaborated with the Forest Survey of India. We are sending this data dissemination immediately after 30 minutes of the satellite pass. The data will be sent to Forest Survey of India, and through Forest Survey of India, the majority of the state forest departments are getting the information within 30 minutes of the active fire or the satellite pass. So we can able to at least minimize the fire damage for the forest ecosystem. So this is our publication, shows the fire frequency, fire hotspots in the different parts of the country. And in the majority of the fires are happening mostly in Northeast India and some in Telangana because of their typical dry deciduous forests. But while in the Northeast, you have even semi-evergreen, moist deciduous, evergreen, all the types of vegetation. But the problem is in the Northeast India is the most pervasive and prevailing issue is that the land is majority of the land is under the ownership of the local communities. So this became one global problem, and always the Indo-Burma hotspot is one of the hotspot area. So we need to have a separate policies to reduce the loss of biodiversity. So we can able to mitigate, and also because finally there is the two issues: not only the loss of biodiversity, it is also increasing the local temperatures. Finally, it will affect the global temperatures. So we also done one scientific study based on the freely available MODIS satellite data. There we have used last 10 years data, and we found that Richardson, like the in science advances, they have taken other parameters for understanding the planetary boundaries, like they said that biodiversity integrity loss. So similarly, if you see in terms of the forest fire as well as other vegetation fires, overall in the globe, the 38% of the landscapes are under the intensifying fire hotspots. So it means the year by year in the 5x5 kilometer grid cell, the number of fire occurrences are increasing. The area under burning is increasing year by year. So it is a caution for all of us that we have to, as like the slogan or the theme of the conference also, be part of the plan. So this is a now guidance given by the CBT to everyone. And I said that India is a majority mega biodiversity country, and we have many endemic hotspots in the country in Northeast India, Himalaya, Andaman Nicobar Islands, and also in Western Ghats. But if you see with the contributions made by our Deccan Regional Center, BSI, ZSI, there are even many new species are coming in the Andhra Pradesh and Telangana regions also. So it is one welcoming issue. But on the other side, the majority of these newly discovered species are under the outside the protected area network. So now we need to have the protected area network in an extended way. So or maybe other area-based conservation measures are required to protect these endemic species. In totality, around like 30% of endemic fauna are only found in Indian political boundary. Around 26% of the flowering plants are only found in India. So they need more protection measures from our side. So because these all the endemic species, majority of them are narrowly endemic species, their bioclimatic envelope is very narrow. So they can't able to withstand the increasing temperatures or the decreasing temperatures in the climatic system. So we need to first take care of these species for the ecosystem restoration purposes. Then the species distribution modeling. We have many standardized climatic variables, topographic variables, as well as the biotic variables, which will provide you the information to model the realized niche as well as the potential niche of the species. So based on this also, you can able to understand like an early warning system. Instead of taking the conservation steps after becoming species critically endangered, now you can able to understand this species is going to expand or going to extinct. You can able to study through these distribution models. So one study we did for the Prosopis gilliflora, and our study reported that in the near future, the Prosopis gilliflora will become the top driver of the climate change and also the top dominant species of the world in very near future. And another side, now the forest management need the daily data or at least in weekly time to understand the forest cover changes. So thanks to the European Space Agency, they developed the very important sensor known as Sentinel-2 that will provide you the data at 10-meter resolution, and you can able to see your own campus at every 5-day interval if there are no clouds. If you have clouds, then you can go for Sentinel-1 microwave remote sensing data. If there is any change in the tree structure, also you can able to map through the microwave Sentinel-1 data. So now you can able to see your own areas at every 5-day interval. You can able to take the necessary actions now. Now we are going for a new generation of the biodiversity indicators because now the environmental auditing, environmental performance became the mandatory globally. So now we need to fulfill all the requirements. Earlier, our state biodiversity authorities, biodiversity boards, national authorities are giving the information on the number of species in the country or other relevant aspects related to the conservation as well as the management. Now we need to fulfill these requirements at the national level. Species habitat index and how much that habitat is suitable for the species to survive in the long term. There are many others like rate of invasive species establishment, many others, species protection index, how many are under the long-term conservation mechanism, how many are outside the protected network. So now the country has the many global challenges to fulfill because the India is already a party to the CBD. So, and again, all these indices, they identified by referring to the land use change, climate influences, climatic variability, and other like the atmospheric pollution, everything. So it is not only like the study of the flora or fauna. Now we need to understand the habitats. So there is a need for the remote sensing and the GIS technologies. Thank you very much.
So I would like to request Reddy Saab to provide these presentations to all biodiversity boards. This is the required actually to monitor the changing biodiversity patterns and changes in the country, mostly inside and outside the reserve forest zone. And second thing, we have given the project to the one of the organization in the country to study the biodiversity index in Visakhapatnam and Vijayawada, Tirupati and Kadapa. So that once you have a basic baseline, we can monitor it, we can take a measures, we can policy decisions. So these are the essential parts we require now. We'll definitely associate with you, sir. We're thankful for your scientific insight and it is required for the policy framework. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Your valuable data-based and implicable points for the conservation of the biodiversity. Now it is the time for lunch. The lunch will be provided in the ground floor. All should have the lunch and come back by 2 p.m. We can have an afternoon section by 2:10 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of this today's national seminar. Now our speaker is Umar Ramchandran. I request Dr. Sandhya Sri Garu to give brief biodata of Umar Ramchandran Garu.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Umar Ramachandran is a doctorate in ecology and environmental sciences with more than 30 years of postdoctoral experience in diverse areas. She has done extensive field research, teaching, training, impact assessments, monitoring, and evaluation for policy making, and also has strong networks and collaboration with central and state government institutions, and also bilateral and international as well as educational institutions. The major sectors covered by her are water, agriculture, forest, and biodiversity, with cross-cutting themes such as gender, livelihoods, waste management, etc. Her recent contributions include strategy, paper on resource efficiency and curricular economy for Government of Telangana with Core Carbon Solutions Private Limited. Thematic strategy paper on stakeholder engagement plan, SCP, and capacity building plan for urban flood resilience for Government of Indonesia. Training workshops conducted on climate change impacts on agriculture for Association of Geography Teachers of India, and continuing the Green Skill Development Program of MOEFCC for University of Madras, government schemes, assessment at post Tsunami Sustainable Livelihoods Program, PTSLP, Government of Tamil Nadu. Projects at Tamil Nadu State Biodiversity Board was associated with Tamil Nadu Wetland Authority, recently completed assignment with Telangana State Biodiversity Board, and was instrumental in preparing the Biodiversity Action Plan. She has also undertaken impact evaluation of central state government projects, implementation of assessment of CSR projects such as ITC Limited, Rashtriya Chemical Fertilizers, India Potash Limited, etc. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Uma Ramachandran share her insights, experience, and expertise with us.
Respected Member Secretary of the State Biodiversity Board, entire organizing team, Dr. Sandhya in particular, distinguished guests, experts, research scholars, and my students. It gives me great pleasure to share some of my thoughts on the topic today. And I will report about key forces and monitors what experts do. So, the students will come forward. student. I'm trying to compare apples with banana. So please cut it into 4 pieces, equal 4 pieces. So from the 4 pieces you will see plus water. Okay. So we are left with 1 piece. Okay, you can write this also into 4. So out of this, we have the art, we have the drones, we have deserts, we have our non-productive land and so on. We are again left only with 1 piece from the 4 pieces of the 1 piece. And I want you to feel this piece. This is the microphone. Please select the easy and then temporary. So this is this in one hand and that is from the front. So the field is still and the last piece is left. That's the only land left on our planet to provide food for the entire globe. And the field portion is the only topsoil that's available for production. So that is the state of garden, and we need to just be aware of the situation. And it's very relevant to actually in the biodiversity, okay? This year. And also the opportunity to talk about this. Thank you. So, can I do the question? This type of dress. So, these are the multiple issues that we are facing today. And all of us also know that India is party to many of the international agreements. So, we need to take action. All the countries who have signed these treaties and agreements have to take action within their nations. And my topic will be involving around different issues we are facing, the importance and need, why we have to think about biodiversity, tourism, and other sectors, and identify way ahead. So that we together achieve this sustainability. So there are lots of data, statistics, facts, and news available. This is from the Green Life report, which is run 82 years by WWF and the Geographical Society of London. So, the periodic report on the various issues and whatever current status with respect to population, with respect to other aspects, and also the UNFCCC, which periodically reports its tracking figures and the data. And we find that 70% of all ice lands are already being altered, and 4% of mammals will be lost if there is 1.5 degrees centigrade increase in the global temperature. 2 degrees will lead to 8% of mammals losing half their habitat. 41 also will lose half their habitat. 41% if the temperature goes up to 3%. ecosystem and the forests. This is the status. Plus 1.5 degrees, 70 to 90% of water is bleach, and 2 degrees centigrade will 99% of water is there. It shows a lot of problems. And to give some examples, heat waves in Australia. So, here, Australia is white fox. One third of the population almost white, but also between 2080. Maybe in Western information about estimate when we are in the convention hall. By 2050, it's predicted that almost we are less than 150 of the population from about 1200. Since this only 20 and by 2020, that's about 20%. Right. And the wildlife population status also is like 69% of the global wildlife. And 84% increase in population of the freshwater environments. Sea grasses, these are also very important and key components of our ocean ecosystem. And we are losing, we already lost 29%, and about 10 species are already in the risk of extinction. 95% of typically endangered species, 95% more of them are naturally oceanic whitefish shark. This is also listed. And major threats reported both by the Dominic Comment Report and also the International Platform for Biodiversity is these components, like these threats, malabuse and sea change, pollution, species, exploitation, climate change, invasive species and diseases. We all know what are the implications of invasive species and ecosystem. So if there are freshwater indigenous species, for instance, in the water area, invasive species is not differently population. And all of us also understand that these changes take place at each layer, the species, genetic area, ecosystem level. And this is the same thing reported but in a different format, like percentage of land use change, we see it's quite high. Direct exploitation also is high. Climate change, climate and pollution, nuisance. But then we also have the other indirect drivers that is doing this to the biodiversity. And these are the social, cultural, economics, technology, institutional governance, conflicts and epidemics. So recently we also had an epidemic. Basically, if we talk of climate change, this is basically to do with the precipitation of the global temperature changes. So that's why it actually determines the factors like what kind of vegetation will be present, what kind of species composition will be there in all these regions. But now, because of climate change, they are all shifting. And this has been mentioned by the speakers earlier as well. And these human activities actually are damaging the ecosystems. They are weakening the ecosystems in the absorption of carbon because they have major carbon sinks. They absorb less carbon. And that's why we also find that the changes in climate is also very rapidly happening and threatening these very ecosystems and also eventually the human life. So this is actually talked about more than the loss of species. Actually, there is habitat fragmentation. So if you look at forests, exactly, they are all getting converted into agricultural lands. Agricultural lands are getting converted into real estate. We call it the concrete jungles. So there is a cascading effect, and this is actually having a lot of implications on the biodiversity, and we are losing biodiversity, and the biodiversity is declining because of all these reasons and all these activities. So, terrestrial ecosystem, if you look at, there's a list of forest fires. Dr. Chancellor very beautifully showed all the mapping that was done on the forest fires. So, Indians are best damaging forests and so on, and healthy forests also draw a lot of carbon, so they have carbon, many carbon sinks. So they get knocked up in the trees and in the soil. So when we talk of carbon interstate, this storage, sequestration, and also sink, carbon sink. So they are all because of the existence of these very forests. These are the major human impacts on the extreme ecosystems. If you take the desert, for instance, you have, say, for instance, destruction of soil and underground habitat by offshore vehicles, it could be groundwater depletion and so on. Grasslands, again, conversion problem. Overgrazing the livestock. Forests, it could be conversion of bioforest to plantations. Essentially, plantations becomes actually there's a lot of this was earlier it was all monocultural plantations, and then slowly it was realized that monoculture is only going to have more problems because the disease resistance component will be lost forever. You need the diversity, you need to, in fact, gene pool to be safe in that. So the mountain ecosystems. Here, mountains, we are losing biodiversity because of say, timber, mineral extraction, lot of soil damage, again by vehicles, transport, and so on. And there have been, in the last week, I just included this millet. Actually, really too lengthy to show the presentation on it, so I thought I'll just really tell about my experience when I was in some about 20 years. There was this project funded by HBC on millets. So this was in the Philippines. This is part of the Asian Ghats. And then we went and spoke to all the farmers, farming communities, both men and women. I always, as mentioned, my cross-secting thing always happens also to be gender because there should be an equal participation. And lots of time, there's a lot of focus about gender. Gender and women, women in relation to men. First, how the gender works, the concerns can be really go project. And then we discussed these issues. We saw that lots of millets had completely gone away, and it was completely converted for tapioca cultivation. And that was a very great situation, and the local livelihood, the local, the hill banana, which is a very important component of Philippines, was declining. When we spoke with these farming communities, we found the men said, we have public distribution, public distribution system go ahead, public distribution system only. And also, why should we conserve millets? We get the rights. Millets, they have totally different value. Why women are important? Because they are the important conservers of agrobiology or any other form of biology. Because they work hard, they know the importance and value much more. And when we spoke to the women, they said millets are a very important part in our lives. And we cultivate millets because we use it for every auspicious event that happens in our home. So what we found out was a small portion in their village, in the household, a small section was converted for millets, and that's it. So now all the millets have gone up. And what we said is, it takes long hours, we have to confirm millets, it takes long hours to pound it. What they also mentioned is that earlier days, many years ago, before men went to the field in the morning, they had millets, those forage. So they used to go and work for long hours, and they would not be hungry. But after it was shifted to rice, they get more hungry. They are getting, it was not sufficient, the stamina wasn't there, and they resorted also to drinking. And then we are cleaning up the women in the households. So, and then the women said that they found it very difficult to pound the millet because it takes about 3 to 4 hours to pound the millet into flour. So, what we exactly achieved with the product was to get a low carbon or low cost technology to low cost mills. So that helped them to actually slowly increase cultivation level. So eventually, at the period, project period of 7 years, there was a drastic improvement in the area of cultivation of millets because it was completely illegal. And then they began training YCSCRI to make more value-added products like millet toppers, millet grains like the vanillon, not diamonds, but cherries, sweets, cookies, and so on. Now today everybody is talking about health food because everybody is concerned. People want to go back to the old days of organic farming or older days of more health food. And it also helps biology for people. So these are all, and millet is a very hardy species and it is a very important component in economics of climate change. So this is briefly about the 20 minutes project. So then these products are also linked to the local cooperative societies and also the Chennai market, the supermarket. Those days food world were there, and now it goes to the other kinds of supermarkets. So that is the kind of linkage that was established to that project. When we talk about marine ecosystems, again here also several times more carbon sinks is with the oceans. You can also mention yesterday and today marine ecosystems. So this it is made up also it's stored as a sink in the ocean floor, and climate change also threatens the habitat which is vital. Because if we weaken the coastal ecosystems, that will again affect the carbon imbalance. And today we are talking about blue carbon. So carbon credits, not carbon, but blue carbon credits we are working on. So mangroves, sea grasses, they are all important for blue carbon credits. Major human impacts on marine ecosystems, again, you have a whole lot of things like both marine and coral reefs, ocean warming, soil erosion, bleaching, and ocean water managers there by trawl fishing and so on. So there needs to be a lot of sustainable ways of maintaining these ecosystems. This is the healthy versus a bleached coral reef appearance. Sea grass ecosystems are also declining. We have quite a lot of sea grass ecosystems in India. And what is also very astonishing and very interesting because India represents all kinds of ecosystems. You see in India, you have a mountain ecosystem, you have a coastal ecosystem, you have a desert ecosystem, you also have micro ecosystems, and still continent, not ecosystems, less than that. So we have everything with us. And there was a study also in the ocean from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where they have found that the color of the ocean, this is called the Ocean Color Signature of Climate Change Project, and they found that the color of the ocean is changing drastically. And this is basically captured by the phytoplankton blooms that is happening in the ocean. Okay, so, but what we are forgetting is biodiversity are providing ecosystem services. Are they put up free up? They are free of cost. Advantage and biodiversity. So we have several of these ecosystem services, provisioning like for instance fish food pollination, regulating because it stores carbon. We saw how carbon gets stored both in the ocean ecosystem. Cultural because it is also a lot of aesthetic importance. We also travel because it's beauty. We enjoy whenever we go for vacation. That is kind of a cultural service. Supporting services, photosynthesis, and providing the entire biodiversity and so on. So these are the various ecosystem services. Marine ecosystems, again, they have a set of ecological services, economic services, food, pharmaceuticals, carbon dioxide absorption, habitat and nursery areas and so on. Okay, so sea grass ecosystem, if you take separately, sea grass ecosystem alone, the ecosystem services, medicinal, roofing, green and more carbon sequestration, water quality maintenance. So much of services is provided by biodiversity free of cost. And freshwater system, ecological services, economic services, again, a whole lot of services that we find. Now coming to what exactly we as transport or the next solutions do. So Our mission is to reduce 1 megaton of carbon dioxide emission by 2040. And the mission is to help governments, corporates, local authorities to tackle all the uncertainties of climate change and provide a sustainable future for all. So, this organization started in 2008, and essentially it's environment conserving, sustainability, and responsibility. And Botany is 450 before advancing services with climate change sensitivity. We work across 22 states of India, regional offices, high operating Chennai, and 12 countries across Asia as well. And from 2008, the journey has been up to now. So we have about 500 plus projects, completed projects. And the sectors, these are the sectors that we work on: water, wastewater, climate change, blue economy, completely blue with the ocean economy, biodiversity, fashion and textile, agriculture, carbon avoidance rules, industry development, plastic. We also will be working in plastic, carbon credits, blue carbon credits, plastic goods, and I'll be talking about food goods. So the four-step model that we follow is we do a project assessment, pre-project assessment, then we do the developing of the project, monitor it, and monetize it. So that benefits reach all the local communities, the forest communities, the farmers, and the farming communities, and so on, the rural communities, and we follow this four-step model. This is one glimpse of some water sector projects that we have completed in many of the states. For instance, detailed study report to identify wastewater flow from industrial plants, developing data for rainwater harvesting structures, and so on. And our focus is on transparency and high impact projects. And we believe that we need to be extremely transparent for all the levels, including the grassroots level stakeholders, to create a green future. So, some glimpses of some of the projects include the state program. This we are working in Odisha and Myanmar. Energy efficiency stores. So they help with about 100,000 families. They are living better, less pollution, and also augment income. Odisha, they are helping about 300,000 rural households. And the impact of the project is so many tons of carbon dioxide is reduced, less indoor air pollution because of the improved footfall, women empowerment, forest protection, and also inclusion in livelihood, and about 300,000 footfall having distributed. And it aligns with the sustainable development goals of all the work. And sustainable tax production, we work in all these states. We have MOUs signed with Professor Chancellor University, then also the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, so on, and RC in Hyderabad for various projects. And in the context of rights, we are working in these states, and we actually are trying to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions because we are using a method of alternate between buying system. And we are also looking at methane reduction up to 50% is reduced in local water usage by 15 to 25% because the highest emission is also from the rice production. So we have achieved around 100,000 hectares. Our target is actually 1 million, but we have achieved 2,000 hectares. And regenerative or natural farming, we are working in these states in India, and we are trying to again impact in terms of reduction in carbon dioxide sector factor, reducing water consumption, that is increasing the water efficiency, and 2,000 plus hectares of enriched soil and water is being achieved. We are trying to reduce the input costs because of this, and we are also reducing chemical fertilizer and pesticide consumption. And agroforestry, around 100,000 hectares that we have achieved. So this is bringing revenue to the local communities. And here also we are trying to do carbon monoxide sequestration, and climate change mitigation through carbon sequestration. 10,000 hectares have been covered. So these are the locations that where the work is happening. And mangrove restoration, in these areas, Tamil Nadu, AP, and restriction of flora and fauna, coastal protection, enabling ecotourism policy. So coastal population settlements and industries, all we find is uncertainty among these factors that are trying to correct them by increasing the climate resilience and improving the livelihood of local communities. Biochar and biogas is the developing that we are working on in Sudan and Shirali, and the impact is that we have about 1,400 biodiversity that have been deployed, and 40% residential biodiversity have been planned in the Sudan also. And renewable energy projects, we are working in India and Pakistan. It is related to registration, validation, and verification projects and various mechanisms because they need to do the carbon credits, we need to have the scalar monitoring and verification. So we are into all that, and the sectors that we work are mentioned also, like wind energy, hydropower, solar water farms, and so on. The greenhouse gas inventory, this is done in some of the specific time in the country. So the objective is emission data by source and gas reservoir, and the highlight of greenhouse gas is the required. The anthropogenic activities are affecting the concentrations using climate crisis. So the sectors that we are working with private sectors, energy and waste, agriculture, forestry, and other land use. And we estimate GHG emission from 2010 to 2020. We are trying to do the estimations. The climate resilient agriculture also is happening in Bhutan and in the Sundarbans and the Alkali River basin. So the service of the table is climate risk mapping, vulnerability assessment, adaptation measures, and advice. The benefits like awareness and capacity building with the stakeholders, developing adaptation measures, because adaptation is more resilient as compared to mitigation, but both mitigation and adaptation are required to reduce the climate change impacts. And other projects are less carbon intensive. Water supply project is implemented to improve drinking water quality, assessing impact of agricultural activities on climate, implementing also measures to improve them, and reducing the water loss and sedimentation, increase the command area for rice cultivation to enhance. So some quick facts is about 80,000 people have benefited so far through the projects. 20 million plus tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction is collected, and more than 500 projects have been completed so far. And of course, our presence in the emission reduction market. So we are trying to work towards a clean and green future by offsetting carbon, following the clean development mechanism and so on. And these are the journeys in the other countries that we are working. So we are looking at decarbonization strategies. And basically a net zero strategy. Net zero carbon, net zero water, net zero waste. What areas that we do with respect to the sector and ESG, because now environmental social governance is a very important emerging area where we also need to know about how we biodiversity on the conservation of biodiversity. So this is also very important to be mandatory. Now, when we look at the global context, 1992 summit, two conventions came up, the United Nations because of came up convention for climate change, convention on biological diversity. The top 15 actually came up with the biodiversity challenge in 2022. 2023, the top 28. The focus was to support and generate awareness among all the stakeholder groups, and the coming monetary global biodiversity framework. So 22 and 23, essentially there was a lot of focus on this. And currently, all the state biodiversity strategy action plans are to align with this global biodiversity framework. And biodiversity This is basically financial instrument that generates funding for conserving, restoring, sustainably using the biodiversity rich areas. And the entire purpose of the biodiversity credit is to attract private investments towards initiatives that is aligned towards conserving, restoring, and sustainably using the biodiversity as actually the CBD, the main objective of CBD is this. And international agreements under the CBD. So that's why the purpose of this is to get these investments done for the purpose of conserving biodiversity. So our strengths are like we are a small size but we are creating huge impact. Our approach is very flexible. We focus on all the clients and there's a lot of on-field experience which is actually helping us to contribute to these projects. And these are some of the industrial and private sector that are funded and international development agencies and NGOs, government and public sector institutes. And of course, Dr. Sinha had mentioned a lot about tourism. I'm just looking at some of the positive and negative impacts. He's already mentioned all that. So, but then you can kind of classify into social, environmental, and economic impacts, both positive and negative. For instance, if you take environmental, protected wildlife sanctuaries and reserves, that is going to be exploitation of wild animals, attract tourists, so start to biodiversity and so on. But basically, the tourism as such, but ecotourism is a whole, because as Dr. Sinha mentioned, it's a tool, actually comes from tourism. So the carbon footprint of global tourism, 49% transport. Okay, so when you compare it to other sectors, this is some of the sustainable travel international, which is reported this percentage for the global tourism for the year 2020. And what is more than ecotourism, like now people are talking about sustainable tourism is slightly different in the sense. If you look at the formal definition that's given by the UNEP and UN, Human World Tourism Organization, it says that tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of the visitors, the industry, and also the host community. This also aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals. And sustainable tourism can be achieved by less harmful actions, use of sustainable materials, respecting nature biodiversity, reducing the GHG emission, increasing efficiency, and so on. So, it will be culture, multicultural and interfaith tolerance, promotion of traditions and customs and rituals, rather than prohibiting them. Social aspects like community well-being and so on. Economic also, there is a lot of benefit in terms of local economy, prosperity, employment opportunity, Dr. Sinha mentioned all that in detail. So climate action, one of the sustainable goals, 14. So May 2022, Elizabeth Lima, actually Executive Director of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, stated that climate change is a primary driver of biodiversity loss. And climate change depends on biodiversity as part of the solution. So biodiversity is the solution to reduce the impact of climate change, and the two are actually very much linked. And this actually contributes also indirectly to other sustainable goals and directly to some of the sustainable goals like 14 and 15, that is life below water, life on land, and indirectly also to low poverty, good health and well-being, decent joint and economic growth, responsible consumption, production, because we need to reduce the waste. The domestic sector is very large, has a large impact globally, not only in India. So that is if you look at the endless list, stop with all the plastic materials and all the solid waste. It is so very disheartening to see such kind of beautiful materials still and stop these solid waste. So this needs to change. And therefore, we need to transform our relationship with nature from climate change, pollution, habitat loss to a more healthy living, so that we work for nature, for climate change mitigation adaptation, and also for the people. knowledge in terms of these traditional practices that will help conserve the biodiversity. And when I talk about colonials again, I like to mention now that the colonials we found that traditionally they used to conserve millets through a structure called bromide. It's like a small hut, but it is almost thin. And you have all the seeds that are actually seeds of all the millets laid in there. They show it there are less of that. But this was derived by a project. And what do we have to do with the bank? What is bank for? Saving money. So what do you do with the bank? You deposit, and you also what you apply for loan? More. You deposit and you also apply loan in the bank. So these banks are created using those traditional practices. So if a farmer finds that there is a very violent, it is a lot of ground and a lot of farmers does not have enough seeds because there was not much production in this piece of land, he can actually borrow 1 kg of seed. Whatever kg of seed he is getting, double the quantity of the seed he will have to return it back the next season. Bank will not take over. If you take a loan, you get interest, right? So the same way the seed banks want. He establishes his money. And therefore, this traditional knowledge, this traditional knowledge is very important in the context of conserving biodiversity. Now, after all this, we find that Sustainable Development Goals 16 and 17 are very important. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, partnerships for those. So therefore, to address any problem, we require a multidisciplinary team, multidisciplinary stakeholders, or multiple stakeholders. So therefore, my suggestion and my office suggestion is we can all look at stakeholder security, analysis, forests, the Living Forest Department, IAFL, or CCS, the NGOs, CBOs, and local countries can all come together to address the problem. Because the problems are complex, they also require a different mix of stakeholder groups to actually achieve things on the ground. This is what I would like to mention, and thank you very much for giving the opportunity. I hope I will take your feedback.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech. Now we are moving on to second lecture by Dr. Bhaskar Sinha. I request Sandesri Madam to give brief introduction about his biodata.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Bhaskar Sinha, Associate Professor, IIFM, Bhopal. Dr. Bhaskar Sinha is currently working as an Associate Professor and Chairperson at the Center for Climate Change Studies at IIFM, Bhopal. He completed his PhD from JNU, New Delhi, and has more than 20 years of experience in interdisciplinary research, consultancy, and teaching on issues related to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, sustainability, integrated natural resource management, biodiversity conservation and livelihood, and the interface between social and ecological issues. Dr. Sinha has completed more than 25 research consultancy projects and training programs with the support of national and international agencies, including UNDP, GIZ, MORD, MOUF, MOEF and CC, DST, DBT, GOMP, World Bank, WWF Alliance, Forest Plus, HCL Foundation on various contemporary issues related to climate change, sustainability, and natural resource management. In addition, he has also supervised 7 PhD and MPhil scholars in related areas. He has authored more than 50 papers in national and international journals, including 4 books, and was associated as one of the expert reviewers to provide comments on the first order draft of the Working Group 3. Contribution to the IPCC AR6 report. For his rich academic contributions, he is also serving as one of the research advisors at Nanyang Academy of Science, Singapore, and as a subject expert at Madhya Pradesh State REDD cell. With this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Sinha Garu to share his expertise with the participants. Welcome, sir. Gayatri. అందరూ నలుగురు పంపిస్తారు 4 చేస్తాం అదే వద్దులే అందరూ ఉండాలిగా మీరే వెళ్ళండి ఫెలిసిటేషన్.
Small interruption, please. We are felicitating our resource persons because some of them are moving to airport. Now we are felicitating our resource persons. First of all, I request E.K. Bhattacharya sir to come on to the dais, please. All the faculty members are requested to attend. Now I request Sudhakar Reddy garu onto the dais. I request Uma Ramchandran garu to on the dais. Balram. Sir, you can start.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. Can you hear me in the back? Yes, good. So, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Andhra Pradesh Biodiversity State Board and also Andhra University Professor Deepika for having invited me to deliver a talk and share my thoughts with all of you. I'm not very still. I'm very still, I can't see. If you don't get, please raise your hand so that I can raise my voice. Okay. Then the next things, I would also expect all of you to write some questions related to what I speak here and also related to what you think that you need to ask related to climate change, biodiversity, forestry, and whatever issues which comes to your mind. And to whatever possible extent, I will try to answer your questions. That's more important because I see majority of you sitting here are young scholars and researchers. So I think it is important that how do you take your research to the context in which you are doing research, that's important. So I think where we are, since this is an event organized by Biodiversity Board, so we are discussing two aspects, one climate change and the second biodiversity. And I think it is important that we understand first why are we discussing this, why are we discussing climate change, and then why are we discussing biodiversity or the impact of climate change on biodiversity. So I think the most important part that we all know that there are problems at different scales. You understand what is the scale of the problem? You understand what is the concept of the scale in terms of determining the problems? Yes, no? No answer. Okay, I'll just give you an example. See, if the AC is not working in this particular room, this is also a problem. And if this problem was to be solved, this needs to be solved at the level of the department or maximum at the level of the university, not anybody else job. Am I right? Yes or no? Okay. So this we are saying that this is a too local problem. If there are universities problems, it is university which has to solve the problem. If it is a drainage problem, it is municipality which has to solve the problem. Okay. There could be some problems which would be like national problems. Whether a country like India wants to have aggressive growth of 10% GDP, or a country like India would like to have a modest growth of 6% with inclusive growth. So if this is the objective, so this can be solved at the country level by designing policies in such a manner that you are not promoting only industry or you are not only promoting capital-based economy, but you are also taking into the consideration of the societal and the other ecological benefit, even if the development is at a lower level. So this is the scale. When I talk about the scale, then this requires country level interventions. There will be some problems which one country or one state cannot solve. There has to be two parties, which we call it as a regional problem. For example, let's say Kaveri water dispute. So Kaveri water dispute, until unless both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu government comes together, sit together, we cannot have solution to that particular problem. The floods in Bihar, until unless Nepal and government of India or government of Bihar sits together and they work on the issues, we will not be able to solve the problems because the causes of problems are different. The floods in Bihar is not because of the activities in Bihar, but because of the activities in Nepal. Okay, so first, what is important that we are trying to say that any environmental issues, any problems which will happen if there is a quotient of development. So the moment you do development, there would be some cost on the environment, there would be some issues and which we need to solve. And the reason why we are solving, I think last 2-3 speakers, they gave you lots of examples. Madam, before just now, she tried to explain you what is the condition of the earth, that if you cut the apple in 4 pieces, you have only 1 pieces, and if you remove the skin of the apple, you are only left with that, and therefore there is lots of issues, lots of problems. So there would be some problems which will qualify at the global level. And climate change and biodiversity loss, both of these problems are classical examples of problems of global scales. So until unless the entire globe participates in doing what is required, no matter what one country does, what one region does, what one state does, I don't think that we are actually solving the problem. Because we all know that climate change is happening because of greenhouse gas emissions. And the sources of this greenhouse gas emissions is from the entire globe. So no matter what India produces, or whether it comes from China, whether it comes from Pakistan, once it goes into the atmosphere, it is going to cause global warming. It is going to cause impact. Whether it is India, whether the CO2 has come from India, Pakistan, or US, it is immaterial. Also, maybe in such issues, you will also find the polluters who have contributed more to the problems, they are also least impacted. And this is again a typical example of climate change. So we are saying that the developed country has contributed more to these problems, and it is the developing countries which are more impacted. But whatever the cause may be, whatever the reason may be, if we have to solve this problem, it is every country has to come together in terms of making actions and plans to solve the problem. And therefore, if you look at the entire debate of climate change, or what happened to biodiversity, these are all mediated through all global policies, global conventions. People see, we say that, both of this, whether it is even FCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or whether it is CDD, both originated the same time, and then they are global frameworks. They are different countries have been given different tasks, targets, responsibility, and accordingly we are working and we are trying to monitor and we are trying to see and communicate to the world, communicate to the all citizens how good, how bad we are doing. Okay, so in this context, what we are trying to do as a responsible nation, country like India, where we are very committed to not only the cause of our own development, but we are also committed to the cause of problems which is happening in the world. And therefore, India as a country has also taken several steps in terms of biodiversity preservation and also policies and programs in terms of mitigation of climate change. And we need to see, how both works and why it is important to address these problems simultaneously and what are the interlinkages. And only when you understand the real causes and the issues, it is then only you as a researchers can design, can frame a question for your research which will actually help in solving the problems. So any research which you do, until unless it is consequential, it is addressing to a particular problems, your research has no value. And your research can become valuable only if it is contextual, and it is contextual to the problems in which it has to be seen in totality. That is, whether you are trying to look at things at the lower level, whether you are trying to look at things at the small scale level, whether you are trying to look at things at the national levels. But whatever the case may be, it has to address to specific questions with your friend. Okay, so here we are trying to understand the impact of climate change on biodiversity in general and also for the country like India. Now, I think most important thing, but very simple, just a minute. I mean, what do you understand by this climate change? Why are we discussing so much? Any one of you can answer. Just to get a feel, what do you understand by climate change? Whole world is talking climate change, but what is climate change? I would be very happy if anyone if you can answer. Answer. Yes, please. Good. Okay. You are saying sudden rise or drop in temperature due to anthropogenic activities. Okay. We all agree to, our definition of climate change. How many of you agree to our definition? We say that sudden increase or decrease in temperature is climate. Due to human anthropogenic activities. Anybody else has got any other definition? Yes. Please feel free to interact with it. Then only they could be learning. Otherwise, it is monologue. It has no meaning. It's lecture for 1 hour. I can do that for 30 hours because I'm a faculty. I teach every day. Okay. Anyone else? I would like one more answer. Either substantiating her or disagreeing with her, whatever it is. One more. Yes, please. Okay, he is saying it is change in weather pattern and extreme weather events. Okay, good. What is the current temperature of Earth? What is the current temperature of Earth? Yes? Average global temperature. Yes, please take it done. Yes. No matter here, it could be right and wrong. We always learn this way, no issue. What is the average temperature of Earth? 27. Okay. If it was 27, you would not have sitting here. The average temperature of Earth is close to 50 degrees. Okay. There could be maximum of something like plus 60, there could be minimum of something like minus 60. So the variations is more than 100 degrees Celsius. But on an average, if you look at the average temperatures of the Earth, it is close to 15 degrees. Okay. Now we all know that Earth is only living planet. Yes or no? So far, why it is the only planet which is living planet? Water. Yes. Atmosphere. Okay. So you have water, you have atmosphere, and you have also temperatures which regulate the flow of energy and everything. And now, if you also look at the origin of Earth, we were in ice age, right? So slowly, when we were in ice age, there was no life form. Slowly, when Earth started to warm, then the life form also evolved. And now we are saying that we are fully diverse planet on this Earth. And now we are saying that our diversity is declining. We are endangered planet. Am I right? Yes or no? So If you look at the evolution of Earth, for Earth to come to 12 degrees or 30 degrees, it has taken billions of years. But if you look at the last 1 degree increase, it has come in 100 years. What does this mean? What does this mean? So if you look at the last 1 degree for Earth to become from 14 to 15, this has come in 100 years. From 13 to 14, it must have taken 1,000. From 12 to 20, it must have taken 1 lakh. And if you go back, probably for each degree rise, the time would have taken something like billions of years, billions of years. And then we are saying that Earth as a living planet is constantly evolving and a new species therefore evolving and we were able to adapt. But the recent abrupt change in the temperature, the rate at which the temperature is changing, that is a matter of concern. That not that Earth was not getting warmer and warmer. We need greenhouse gases, we need to have some degree of temperature. But the way things are happening, this is a matter of concern. And therefore, we are saying that the change in Earth's temperatures due to anthropogenic activities, due to the greenhouse gas emissions, which is coming mainly because of the human activities. And we are saying that we are responsible for creating this chaos. We have been emitting so much of GHGs in this earth, and therefore the rate at which the temperature is increasing, we are not able to co-adapt and co-evolve. Therefore, all kinds of problems, this heat, hurricanes, cyclones, storms, extreme weather events, monsoon weakenings, droughts, floods, everything we are saying that this is the intensity and frequency has increased. Not that it was not before, it was before, but definitely the increase, it has been increased in the intensity and frequency. So therefore, I think it is important to understand that all what we are doing, how are we contributing to climate change? Only when we understand that how we are contributing to climate change, it is then only we can design and take appropriate actions that if there was ways to mitigate and to control, where do we do what? Am I clear? Yes, no? Yes, no? Any doubts so far? Okay. Now, so there are so much of, you see so much of slides. There has been last 1.5 degree of increase, 2 degrees increase. What will happen if there is 1 degree of increase? What will happen if 2 degrees of increase? Okay, what will happen? When there is, we are also saying, reporting that there is a sea level rise. What will happen by the end of the century? We are saying that there will be 1 meter rise in the sea level. In that case, many of the island countries will get submerged. It's a matter of in that case, there is threat to food security, there is threat to energy. Everything we are saying that there is this threat, and this threat is increasing, and probably we are also contributing to this threat by emitting, by the way we do things, and that is actually contributing to climate change. So therefore, I think it is important for all of you to know and understand that if you were to tackle climate change, you will have to identify sources by individual, by country, by state, by ecosystem types, by almost everything on this earth, and you will have to account for what is that which is leading to emissions, and why is that it is leading to emissions, and how is that we can cut down these emissions by country, by individual, by state, by institutions, by whatever you call it. But everybody has to be responsible because it is a global problem. If one does it, others do not do it, it is not that you are not going to be impacted. If you look at that, the first ozone hole was declared over Antarctica, and Antarctica is in the southernmost pole. Where are the most pollution happening? All Europe and US, this hemisphere, this is another hemisphere. So it is all activities happening in another hemisphere. But the first impact was seen over the southern hemisphere, and therefore, lot of skin cancer and other things is happening. And so is the case with the climate change. We cannot be complaining, we cannot be saying that somebody has done it, so they have to do it, we will not do it. That debate is over. We as a country have also accepted, and we are party to that, And I think it is important that we are number one in what? We are number one in population, right? Okay. So, I mean, we are number one in populations. We are also having the largest populations of the poor people in the world. And it is also pretty known that because of climate change, because of all these adversaries and vagaries of weather and climate, it is the poor who is going to suffer the most. And since we have large poor communities, large rural communities which are dependent on nature, so therefore the vulnerability of people for us is very, very high, especially a country like India. We need to act faster, we need to act very comprehensively. That is the urgency in which we have to look things, and it is then only your sensitivity or sensitization will come that why are we doing this, why are we discussing this. Okay, you will get all this kind of that. I mean, there is an increase in wildfire, I mean, forest fire, there is an increase in the mortality, there is an increase in pest disease, there is, decrease in crop productivity, there is decrease in regeneration, there is change in phenology. There will be several different kind of studies which will tell you, which will provide you enough evidence that because of climate change, almost every ecosystem is being impacted. Okay, now if your ecosystems are being impacted, in that case, humans are also impacted. Because where do we draw our resources from? Whether it is food, whether it is farmers, whether it is research, which are many, it all come from the nature. And nature has got a finite capacity to be. So I should understand that if we don't save the nature from climate change, it is very difficult that we can see. Okay, so we have to act on the whole part. One is the mitigation that we are trying to reduce the emission, and then this, it is certain that this will happen. Therefore, we also need to adapt. So the way we were doing agriculture, the agriculture has to be different. The way we were doing forestry, it has to be different. The way we were doing the industrial production, it has to be very different. Okay, the way we were using energy, it has to be very different. And therefore, there is first that we need to shift towards renewable energies. We have got, almost more than 40% coal fire, and that we are installed electricity capacity generations will be from the renewable energy and solar missions. They are talking so big and they are also doing so much. And that has a cost. We need to do that. And so, so I think that since so much things are happening, and I think it is urgent, and it is also a fact that climate change is going to hit hardest and earliest to the poor people of the world, and we as a country have also got one of the highest rural populations, which we have to be careful, which we are responsible for them to act. Therefore, there has to be urgent action. Now, the next is, I think, this is about the climate change. Okay, and then they are saying that climate change is impacting everything. Now, why are we discussing so much about the biodiversity? And what is biodiversity? When you talk about biodiversity production, biodiversity conservation, biodiversity preservation, what does it mean? Why is so much of, money being spent on this? And what are the ways of? Have we done enough? Or are we doing the right way, which we should be doing? Do we have all kind of information to take the right decision? These are questions which you should ask. But anything which you do, the first question which you should ask, why? What? How? So you are taking biodiversity. Why biodiversity? And if you were to do biodiversity protection, why? How will you do it? Are we doing enough? Have we done enough? Or are we doing the wrong way? We need to change. I think these are the questions which you need to ask. And if you were to answer all these questions, in that case, you also need to have very strong set of methodologies, very strong set of reliable data, whether it is coming from remote sensing, whether it is coming from the field source. It is only then, it is going to make any value. Otherwise, there would be garbage in, garbage out. Whatever report you produce, it will not be worth of the paper on which it is written. And there are many reports, there are many papers which would be of that category. And we as a developing nation cannot afford to do or spend money and time in those research which doesn't have any consequences or which doesn't have impact to the society. Therefore, we need to see that all the research which we are talking, it has to be integrated, it has to be interdisciplinary, it has to be multidisciplinary, it has to have a common problem, and there has to be some solutions to some part of the problem. Otherwise, I'm not saying that we will solve all the problems. No. To tackle poverty, there would be 10,000, reasons. So maybe we can work on, the first 100 reasons, then first 10 reasons, specify those, prioritize those, we prioritize target, we prioritize areas, we prioritize actions. So I think these are the research questions. How do we do it? So I think when we are dealing with the issues of climate change, when we are doing the issues with the biodiversity, I think the first and foremost thing is to ask the right kind of questions. What is that which is happening? Which part of the country? Which sector which is getting more impacted? What are the linkages? What has been in the practice? Is there any alternate ways to do this which could have better result? So, if anyone has got any question in between, please raise your hand and ask. So we are saying that, globally in South Asia and India, there is extreme heat, changing rainfall patterns, sea level rise, glacial melt, agriculture and food insecurity, water security, drought, wildlife migration, conflict, energy, security, health. Name anything, almost every sector of the country is impacted, and it is impacted much more than other developed countries who has been actually responsible for creating this climate change. But we cannot be doing anything. This is a reality. Climate change is a reality. The impact is going to be even harsher. That is also reality. Even if we stop doing everything, it's still because of the life cycle of the gases present in the atmosphere, it is going to cause warming, it is going to cause impact. Therefore, we need to adapt, we need to take actions in every sector to safeguard ourselves. So we talk in terms of forest and climate change. It has impacted the phenology. The other speaker have also told species regenerations. There are many species which are saying that in India also it is a matter of concern. There has been changes in the forest composition, species shift, forest productivity, timberline shift, forest diebacks, pest attacks. Just in the forest ecosystem, developing countries are highly vulnerable to climate change. It is also because, why are we saying that developing countries like India, we need to act faster and most earlier? The context here is that I was trying to tell you how climate change is happening, what are the impacts which has happened, what are the likely impacts which are certain to happen, okay, and what has been the condition of biodiversity or the natural resource management. And if you look at a country like India, this is a study which was published in Nature by Pawan Sukdev. Pawan Sukdev by profession, he was a banker, and he worked as a chief of his leading a study which is of ecosystem and biodiversity ecosystem services at a global scale. When he talks that, if you look at the contribution of the forest-based or ATFT-based or nature-based economy to the country, it is 7%, officially it is less than 2%, but based on their liberal estimate, they have said that it is close to 7% for the country as a whole. But if you look at this, for people who are dependent on the forest, who are living in the close vicinity of the forest, who are the rural communities, in this case, the composition, the direct contribution of nature-based economy to their economy is almost close to 40%. And we are saying that this nature is at risk because of climate change. So if we are saying that this nature is at risk, the productivity is on decline, the species composition is changing, the phenology is changing, the water balance is changing. In that case, it is almost the poor who are hit hardest, they are already vulnerable. So their economy is going to be drastically impacted. And therefore, you will also see that many times, many of the states, countries, they have taken good work, but they still, whatever good, however good they do, but they still, in terms of the absolute number of poverty, they are not able to overcome because the element of climate change is negative of all what they are doing. In that case, we have to do far more than what we are doing because there is an element of climate change which is making system worse, which is making system, which is acting as a contributor. So therefore, I think understanding both is very important. How to deal with climate change and how to adapt with climate change. And so what are the different ways by which you will have a very good, robust understanding and mechanism for natural resource management. So your entire landscape, your entire understanding, the way you have been doing things, it has to change. Many sectors have changed drastically. Look at energy sectors, they have drastically changed. Look at agriculture sectors, they are also changing. Almost each state has got something called climate smart agriculture project. But for this, you are the monitoring partner, which we have done a detailed study how good, how bad has done, what was, what hasn't was. Okay, so almost each sector, there is lots of studies, lots of research which are shaping that sector to come out with more meaningful solutions to deal and to tackle both, that is the climate change and also biodiversity, both together contributing to the human well-being or the losses of the economy of the poor. Globally, these both are, as I said, like both qualifies under global problems. You will find that both of this, they are addressed in one through frequency. I'm sure you must have heard about that Convention of Framework Convention of IPCC, Paris Agreement, different conventions formulating. Similarly, you also have this law. You have this so much of CBD conventions. You have different parts of the CBDs. You have different protocol, Nagoya Protocol, HE protocols. And what are the other new things which they are talking? So there's so much of things which are happening globally, and this is being addressed. Okay. Now at the country level, you will find that country like India taking the action plan on climate change. I'm sure everybody must have heard of it. Yes, no. Yes, no. There is a document called National Action Plan on Climate Change. If you have not seen, please see that, because that is a guiding document for a country like India. What is that and how we should do in terms of dealing with the climate change? And based on that, each state has also prepared a state action plan on climate change based on the priority actions which they need to take. So your state must have also done. Now this is the second phase. Almost many of the states, they are revising their state action plans, and they are coming with the second state action plans with more specific targets, with more specific sectors, with more specific outlets of the budget, how they are going to address the issues, how they have identified the issues, how they are going to address the issues. Be aware of that and make sure that whatever research, whatever understanding which you develop, it contributes or it aligns to your state action plans, it aligns to your national action plan, so that your research also gets recognition, and you are also contributing to the national action plan and the state action plan on climate change. A lot of things are happening. There are so much of training programs. There is so much of capacity building programs. This is also one of that. We are talking of climate change. We are also doing capacity building. Or all this. These are all coming from that only. Now, we are saying that I think as a student of botany or environmental science, everyone knows that importance of biodiversity. Okay. Now, we are looking at biodiversity from climate change perspective. Does biodiversity contribute to mitigation and adaptation to climate change? The answer is yes. It is only the green biomass which has the capacity to sequester carbon from the atmosphere and contribute to the mitigation. Yes or no? There is no other way. And if you look at globally, almost 20% of the emissions which have come from the all sources are removed from the forest and other land use which are biomass activities. significant. So therefore, and then the third thing, we are saying that if the system is more diverse, in that case, it is more resistant to any shock. And we are saying that because of climate change, there is going to be more and more increase in number of extreme events. So therefore, it is even more important that your system, whether it is agriculture system, whether it is at the landscape level, whether it is a forest system, whether it is at ecosystem level, it has to be more and more diverse just to face the wrath of extreme events which is happening because of waters. So if the system is more diverse, if there is floods, probably there will be number of high chances that more of the system will survive. If there are extreme droughts, if the system is diverse, it is likely that some of the species would survive. Okay, and then we are saying that climate change is also impacting biodiversity. And we are saying that now if you talk, there is so much of talk in terms of this carbon and other things, right? So what I'm saying is that at least one good thing has happened, that across the globe, the trading of carbon has taken place. Carbon has become a commodity. And mind you, when this convention and the protocol were there, and like India must have also got quotas for the gross as carbon trading from the development. So because of this increased awareness of climate change, and because of quantification of greenhouse gases, which is called in terms of carbon, there is money of increasing or decreasing the carbon. There is a cost. If you decrease carbon, there is a payment for you. If you increase carbon, you will have to pay for it. And it has worked. So the entire skepticism, whether this market will work or not, it has worked at the international. And that is the approach which I think about. Now, if you look at domestically also, Government of India also has come up with notifications saying that India will soon have a domestic carbon market. Very recently, Government of India also came with something called Great Credit Scheme, where they have identified 8 different sectors and activities which are going to be incentivized based on the activities which you do. So, the other speaker also talked about there's something called biodiversity credit, which people have talked at the COP. There's also going to be something called water credit. So the way you use water, the way you conserve water, the way you use biodiversity, the way you conserve biodiversity, the way you use natural resources, the way you contribute to sequestration of carbon, all these things are going to be measured, and there is going to be price, and one has to bear the price or one gain benefit of it. So if you understand this well, you will be a winner, and if you don't understand, you will be a loser, you have to pay. And this is going to happen, and it is happening also. It is not that it is not happening. You just saw that before presentation, they are saying that they have done something like more than 15,000 projects, which is registering carbon project. So if we are not aware, it is our ignorance, but there are so many things which are happening in the name of climate change, in the name of biodiversity, in the name of water. Next 5 years, the entire landscape is going to change. The way you use water, there is going to be price. Water is going to be measured very tightly. I have a flat in Bangalore, which is rented out. In my flat, if you use 1500 liters of water, there is a meter, you have to pay 3 paisa per liter. If you cross more than 15,000, you have to pay 6 paisa. So people understand the value of water, how much water they have to use, and because there is a price. And this will come, sooner or later, this will come in other parts of the countries also, and this is happening in many parts of the world also. Okay, so why I'm telling you this, that as a student of ecology or botany or environmental science, I think now there is going to be very strong linkages. This discipline has to marry each other, the economics, the ecology has to marry each other. It is happening. So until unless there is the economics part of it, there is nothing which you can do. Dr. Bhattacharya sir, he talked about ecotourism is one of the tools to conserve biology. What is ecotourism? Ecotourism is providing, you are generating revenue to the poor people. Therefore, they understand the value. Therefore, they are preserving the forest. Therefore, they are preserving the lake. Because that is giving them money. And if they start realizing more and more, then the conservation effort will be much more. They don't realize that is not going to give the lake, they will also do into discussions. I mean, that is, if you look at a country like India, whichever state which is little more aware, there probably this awareness concept is higher. If you look at like northeastern states, we are saying that it is one of the rich biodiversity states, but if you travel to northeastern states, there is so much of biodiversity loss. So much of biodiversity loss. Because there is no awareness. The day people realize that they are going to get extra benefit, extra money, in that case, they will definitely conserve. The day a tribal people gets to know that if I conserve this tree, I'm going to get 50,000, he will never cut for you. What is happening right now? You pay him 500 rupees, something, he will cut for you, he is going to be booked. The real player is on the backside. So I think with awareness, awareness on the economics of biodiversity, economics of climate change, economics of nature-based solutions, I think this is very, very important to integrate in all your disciplines, in all your studies, whatever you are doing. If you don't integrate, I mean, your research cannot get that value which it should get. And therefore, now the new currencies, people are talking of nature-based solution, NBS, NCS, nature climate solution. I'm sure you must have heard this term, nature-based solution. Yes, no? No, please read them. I think it is important that to be aware of this term. I mean, it is not something different, but it is the same thing. The only thing we are talking that all what we do has a clear objective and it is solving the problems, and therefore, I mean, there is money for that. Okay. Now, there is also at the global level, you will find that there is so much of report. I think there are some beautiful reports which you need to see. Just get yourself, sensitized. There is something called Biodiversity Impacted Index, which they say that what they are trying to do is that they are trying to see biodiversity of the past and biodiversity of the present, which they are monitoring. If it is more darker, in that case, the biodiversity which existed before 30 years, it is still the same. All these light patterns, then you are saying that all what it existed before, it has changed. So they are saying that if the change is more than 30% or so, in that case, your ecosystem, your entire productivity, your entire chain of ecosystem services is going to be endangered. If the change is only up to 10%, that means your ecosystem is robust enough, you are getting all the ecosystem services which you are supposed to get. If it is not, then it is a matter of concerns. You are having forest for the sake of forest, but it is not giving you the ecosystem value or the services which it should give. So your maintaining of that land is redundant. And that is a bad policy, that is a bad management. And we need to ensure that every ecosystem, different ecosystem type, it has to be restored. It has to be restored in a manner so that it gives you the optimum the benefit. You will find that forests are being lost, grasslands are lost, open farmland has increased, barren land is increasing, forest is getting converted into grassland agriculture, agricultural land is being converted into the barren land or the degraded land. It is a matter of wastewater ecosystems, it is a matter of concerns. We have a now new ministry, right? We did recently a consultancy for the ministry wherein we tried to see that Government of India has spent almost 1,000 crores in terms of green plantations all along the river bank of Thailand, just to protect that ecosystem. So a lot of things are doing. We are doing a research which is on Narada Capital, wherein we are trying to understand that what is the linkages between the forest, water, and heritage. All those rivers are perennials. All rivers in India, especially in South India, rivers are not glacier fed.
right? But you have perennial rivers. There is water all along throughout the year, yes or no? Where is that water coming from? There is no rainfall throughout the year, right? But you still have perennial rivers. Where is the water coming from? What is the role of other ecosystem which is trying to regulate and moderate that water? Every river will have catchment. We need to understand the catchment. And we need to be very sensitive about what is that it takes which can totally, disturb the entire river ecology, and what is that which is important that we should be doing it so that we maintain and we restore the river ecology. So those are the kind of questions which we should ask it. Because the only source of water, the input is rainfall. And there is no rainfall all throughout the year. And because of climate change, the rainfall has become erratic, it has lessened, it has become so erratic. Therefore, the role of different ecosystems, the integrations, the functioning of different ecosystem at the landscape, those understanding is much more important. That is a research question which we should be asking, that what should be the land use practice along the catchment of river Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, so that your river Krishna, Kaveri, Godavari all remains healthy throughout the years, Nirmal and Aviral, clean water and sustainable water. There has to be, economics of doing something, of not doing something. What is the cluster cost? It is only then you realize that what is the questions which you are trying to ask. There is a lot of, the ecosystem, especially the freshwater ecosystem. I hope that you know that it is less than 1%. We are saying that 3/4 of our Earth is water. We are the only planet supposed to have water. We are called blue planet. Why? Because 3/4 of water. But what is the actual percentage of water which is for the human use? It is less than 1%, even less than 0.1%. So if you understand the water flow, if you understand the water, probably you will understand that the water which you are getting here, the water which you are using in the bathroom, water which you are getting from the river and from the river or irrigation, all of this happens and then you get this water from. If you understand these connections, probably your answers to deal with design programs, design actions, government policies will be better. I think the sooner we do, better it is. Okay, we have this coastal habitat, we have this coastal habitats. I don't know, my schooling was from Kerala, I studied in 7 years in Kerala. Recently, I attended my school, Old Boys Association program. I went after 20 years. All those beaches which I used to visit, that has drastically reduced. The hotels which I stayed, we used to walk. Now the sea was dusty there. I also Visakhapatnam, which I saw in my school days. We had got into that, go around that the rest of the area because I studied in flying school. So maybe I visit today after 30 years and see how things are. So probably if you see that, there is a distinct and drastic change in terms of beaches erosions. There is a drastic change. The coastal communities, they are very vulnerable. There are constant floods in Kerala, which was not the case. There are floods in Chennai, airport gets shut. That was not the case. There are floods in Barbados, which is a very dry region, which we have never heard of. So, that's the reality. If that is reality, which you know that more and more these things will happen, you have to prepare yourself. You can't say that, oh, it happens. No, it will happen. It will happen. It will happen again. You cannot, Vishnu is saying that you did not, you knew that it was going to happen. It will happen. It will happen. We know for sure that sea level is going to rise. It has risen. It is no more it is speculation. It is all based on past observations which has been documented scientifically, the impacts. So sea level will rise. Therefore, you have to take action. What is that? How you are going to prepare the coastal communities. You know for sure that there is going to be more frequent floods. You have to prepare yourself. You know for sure that this region is going to be more of drought affected. You will have to take precautions. How you are going to prepare that. You can't just carry water in the drain in the Latur and say that the problem is solved. Never ever. Never. So you like to identify the problem, the scale of the problem, and then look for the solution. So what I'm trying to tell you is that because of biodiversity and climate change, both definitely are the global issues making lots of attention, lots of support, lots of money exchange also. But I think in the current
global debate, almost every country voluntarily has accepted that they will do their best in terms of indices, that is necessary and contributions to protect environment, to protect biodiversity, and also to take actions related to climate change. And therefore, it is important that if we were to strategize, if we were to make plans for biodiversity conservation or climate change actions at the country level or the state level, in that case, our questions should be framed in such a manner so that the answer or the output of our research becomes significant and it is relevant. If you look at the globally, this study says that in terms of change in the relative abundance of species, they did it from the 31,000 population, representing 4,500 species, and they are saying that at the years there is a decline of 69%. So this is the rate, this is a matter of concern. As I said, that country like India, our dependency on natural resources, biodiversity is even more. So therefore, we have to be more careful. We are more vulnerable, and we have to. And then now, if you look at that, we have something called MDGs, got SDGs. Why? MDGs they have got 8 goals, SDGs they have got 17. Because we realize that many of the goals, unless the other part of the goal is included, you cannot achieve zero hunger, zero poverty. Therefore, they have included goals like action on the climate change, they have included goals on the peace operations, they have included goals on the data keeping record, very important indicators. And please, as a student, please go and see this website. Each of these goals have got a specific target, a specific indicators, sub-indicators, how to measure that. So probably if you see that, you will get a feel that, what is happening and if you are doing what, then whether it is wanted or not, whether it is can be measured or not. So you find that all this green, light green, they are saying that it is directly contributing biodiversity in terms of zero hunger, zero water. So, I mean, almost, 8 of the goals which are can be directly and contributed by the biodiversity, the light green which are indirectly, and all this red they are saying that if you don't conserve the biodiversity, it will jeopardize. So even from sustainable developmental goals point of view, which every country is responsible, every country is trying to do a comprehensive data keeping, record keeping, the way they are doing their development, and therefore the biodiversity component here also becomes very important. And they are concerned about this life cycle, migration patterns, floods, drought, rainfall, sea level rise, ocean acidifications. So, there would be n number of studies which would say that what are the different concerns, and I said that there are nature-based solutions, which is becoming very prominent. And if you are talking of nature-based solution as one of the effective solutions to climate change and to biodiversity loss, in that case, it is even more important to understand how it works, or what is the economics of nature-based solutions. Okay, and then this last slide, I'm trying to tell you that this, they are saying that how to do this? The biodiversity restoration. Here you are saying that reduce sustainable productions, reduce use biodiversity, reducing other drivers, conservation, restoration, and also climate actions. So there is not a single solution to biodiversity protection and conservation. It has to be multifaceted. When you are saying that, you have to work for exclusively with these tools, lesser of consumption, you have to work policies with these different factors. You also have to work on the climate point of view, that under different climate scenarios, which species, how this species is going to change. So you accordingly make corrections, and accordingly you also have to do this restoration plan and actions which every country is committed to. We need to identify the gaps. I think we have been talking so much, but if you look at the country level, our MRV, that is monitoring, reporting, verification, is very poor. We need to have a very robust way of reporting things, that if we are taking action for biodiversity after 5 years, we should be able to clearly say that the biodiversity has increased or decreased. if we are making a target conservation plan, we have to be categorical in saying that because of this effort, target has increased. If we are saying that we are spending so much of money for river restoration, then after 5 years we should be able to clearly say that whether the flow of water has increased or decreased. So I think unless those robust mechanisms are not there, all actions what we do, it goes to a content, it is not a content. So look, we want to make government responsible, accountable. In that case, it is important that we should have very clear-cut monitoring, reporting, verification framework so that every action is accountable for that whether we are doing, whether it is meeting that objective or not. These are some of the research things which we are doing currently, which I would like to share with you all that, some of the research which are saying that designing, developing mainstream economics in nature-based incentive. Now the entire focus is on carbon. I am telling that if you only work on the carbon and if you don't work on the overall economy, then also it is going to collapse. The farmers will produce tree or will grow trees not because of carbon alone. Farmers will grow trees because of other benefits, because of direct benefit of the tree, and over and above, if they get benefit or incentive from selling carbons, it is added incentive. So for every access which is nature-based, we also have to look at how do we really see the knowledge of that. Therefore, we need to have very robust monitoring reporting framework. We have to promote enabling factors, policy factors, which helps to design forest-based or biomass-based enterprise or the bamboo-based enterprise. Until unless you develop that enterprise, people know how to grow bamboo, but people do not know how to sell bamboo, how to get market. People know how to raise a domesticate a cow or buffalo or get a milk. If there is no amul, they will not have it. Every state has got milk cooperative and it is doing wonderful, excellent. In trying to deal with the climate change, I think there has to be very specific research also in terms of understanding the impact of climate change for a particular river, for a particular ecosystem, for a particular forest type, for a particular species. It is only then you can plan for future. If you know that what is going, what has happened, what is likely to happen, it is then only you going to describe this. If you do not know what has happened, what is likely to happen, you make a strategy of no meaning. It has no meaning and it is blunder, it is waste of. Okay, so therefore we need to have those kind of information that what is that which is happening because of climate change. And we as a researchers should be finding small questions, trying to find small answers which should lead to the positive development. Social communities impact, adaptation, understanding the necessary forest, water, climate change. Restoration has to be site-specific. Okay, case cause specific. So until unless we know that, I don't think that we are going to, solve the problems. Okay, so with this, I think I'll stop here. Okay, thank you very much. And if you want to know more about what kind of research which we are doing, please visit my ResearchGate page. You will get all articles which are published in one of the top leading journals, which will give you some clue what kind of research we are doing. If anybody is interested much more, they can interact with us, and we can benefit from each other. So thank you once again. Thank you very much. Any questions? Most welcome. Any question? No question. This is the first time I am going without having any question after lecture. Yes, please. Yes, madam. Want to use mic? Yeah, please. This is Sarah from Comedy. This is Sarah from Government Ecological. And your lecture is very informative. So I have one question. So everybody is talking about temperatures are rising, climate is so much of changing. So we are concentrating so much on
what are the different hazards which we are facing now. My question is, so every home we are having AC. When small sleeper also, they are having AC at one room. And we are having refrigerators also. So much of CFCs are releasing into the atmosphere. So how can we reduce? Is there any research going on? What to compensate? Which compensate that? That is my question actually.
This is the same question. No, like US has or the West has produced so much of greenhouse gases. Now they are the leading countries which they are propagating, and you should do this to tackle climate change. Right? So take your questions to at a global level. It's the same questions, but the first time, remember the first time when people talked about climate change. This was in 1986 in a conference at Geneva, where scientists across the globe they discussed something called climate change. We need to be concerned about. 1988 was, IPCC. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, wherein thousands of scientists from across the globe, across the countries, they come, they contribute, they produce a report, and these reports are very neutral. It is not that they do research. When they were reading all that, I was also one of the party of that IPCC report. So there would be experts who will be reading, and then it is based on the other research. So therefore, any research which you are saying, it has to be neutral. So therefore, IPCC research, it is neutral because it is based on review of all across the world. So based on that, then first time the world met in 1992, the so-called UNCLOS, UNFCCC, the convention. We know that climate change is happening because of greenhouse gas emissions coming from across the globe. But developing countries did not agree that it will happen. You know that India is the largest emitter. So if you ask those questions, the scientists answer that India and every country has to work hard. But if you India represented by country, then I say that India is a poor country, per capita emission is very less, we have done so much. We never solved the problem. So that debate is over. Who will do what? So this debate, the first commitment made of Kyoto Protocol, which was 2008 to 12, wherein the commitment was only for the developed country, all what they committed. They did more than what they committed, but still the global temperature did not come down. Still the global concentration of greenhouse gases did not come down, it went up. Even if you remove the entire developed country from the map of this world, still the climate change will happen unless the gap is not happening. So there will be always a difference of patterns the way we do things. Okay, so just even AC को लगाता है, there is a technology. There is a cost of technology. Okay, I mean, why wouldn't you use AC? It is for your survival. You say that, if there is a flood, why people are running away? Obviously, they will run away. If there is a drought, people will run away from migration. You say migration is bad. Oh, not all migration is bad. They have to. There are many states which have got summer capital, winter capital. There are many people who will have, you will say that this bottle is bad, but you will send your daughter and study this. So that is something which we cannot do. People by and large, it is the awareness, the practice has to come. You cannot be saying that you go to AC, that is the reality. The only thing that if AC is producing the so-called HFCs, there are technologies which can very well substitute this so-called CFC, HFCs produced, and globally it has been proven that this technology can be very well and very easily, very cheaply it is able. So we should be more concerned about the way we are producing energy, the way we are using AC. Now ACs, there are many ACs which are having the fixed 25. You cannot reduce the AC below 25. But the minimum 25. So that is the government regulation that you cannot make an AC wherein you can produce temperature below 26. So if you do that, there would be many people in many rooms. The AC is running in 22, 18 degrees. Why will we make it Indian? If you want to sleep comfortably, have 25, 26. No AC should have that, it should be less than 25. Those are the measures we should have to do. You cannot say, after single roller, you can't do it. You go to doctor, you take medicine. And there are alternate medicine, whether you take allopathic, whether you take homeopathic, whether you take Ayurveda, whether you do yoga, you have to take medicine. Okay, and then you have options. So similarly, if I have an option that I stay in critical forested colony, wherein there is no AC required, or if I have the luxury of making my house in such a manner where I can have natural cooling, in that case I will never use AC, never. And there has to be cost. Solar was not in use. Now solar everyone is using. Because the solar when it came, the per unit production of solar was something like 6 rupees, 10 rupees. That was not cost effective. Now because of the technology, the cost of solar production, it has come down, so there is more and more people adopting solar. Government wanted more people to adopt solar. So people don't incentive. So there is a smart metering. A smart metering will help you to reduce your electricity bill. So therefore you are investing money to buy solar. Many people are buying solar. Solar is not giving essential electricity supply to your household, but whatever electricity which you are producing, that can reduce. So those are the policy posters by which you can actually regulate the uses and consumptions. You can't say that no TSC. No, it can never happen, I'm telling you. If you regulate it, people who realize, for them it is self-reliance. But under normal conditions, you cannot be. I think if you ask me, it is not possible that under normal circumstances, people will say that it will not be easy. But we will have to make policies and programs in such a manner that your AC has to be 7-star rated. Your AC has to be minimum of starting from 26 degrees so that you don't wake up like this. Okay. Or if you have to use AC, you will also have to have solar panel. It is very only, but you cannot be saying no. That is my answer to the question. Okay, so this
adding to what Master shared, there are 2 parts of your value. One is lifestyle. Lifestyle to reduce your footprint. So how can you adopt lifestyle? It is already their lives. And then another part is the transfer of technology. You mentioned the technology which can reduce the impact, harmful impact of this or any gadgets in that. So in my house, I have a hybrid of AC and cooler. So that is centralized, that is centralized. So it is substituting at least 4-5 ACs. The supply from top of the house is a cooler and AC hybrid. So it's cool, it cools and it's fresh. So all doors windows. Like every time it is cool, the temperature is maintained as is mentioned 25. So that's for a technology is important to reduce your carbon.
yes.
Journalism, environmental science, basically Okay, my question. It's climate change. Everybody is telling climate change. Okay, 18% వాళ్ళకి 1.5% వాళ్ళు 1% of temperature పెరిగితే 10,000 if you go to Kerala వెళ్ళండి Kerala is a fresh state to read everything anything ABC వచ్చినా అక్కడే వస్తుంది హైదరాబాద్ ఇప్పుడు మనకి 1.5 temperature పెరిగినట్టుంది range of rain increases. Also, right?
ఎక్కడ కూడా జనరల్ లో కాదు. అది 2023 క్లైమేట్ చేంజెస్ లో జంతువులు పోతాయి, జంతువులు మాడిఫికేషన్స్ అవుతాయి, ఇవన్నీ అవుతాయి. కానీ బ్యాక్టీరియా, వైరస్ ఎక్కడ మాడిఫికేషన్స్ కాదు, అవి ఇంకా మాడిఫై అయిపోయి రెసిస్టెన్స్ వచ్చేసేసి ఇవి మనకు లో క్లైమేట్ 1.5 పెరిగినప్పుడు డిజాస్టర్స్ పెరిగినాం. సో దానికి మనం ఏం చేయాలి అనేది మీరు ఎంత పరంగా తీసుకుంటే మీకు ఒక ఐడియా ఉంటే అప్పుడు మీకు టెంపరేచర్స్ ఎలా బ్యాక్టీరియా, ఫంగస్, వైరస్ టెంపరేచర్ బాగా ఎక్కువ 1.5 పెరిగితే సముద్రం ఎవరు పెరగడం అప్పుడు సముద్రం 15 సంవత్సరాలు 10 సంవత్సరాలు ఒక 60 కిలోమీటర్లు పెట్టలేదు. ఈరోజు మాడి మాక టెంపరేచర్ 10 years లో మేము ఎన్నిసార్లు బిడ్డలు కట్టామో అన్నిసార్లు పడుతుంది. ఎన్నిసార్లు కట్టామో climate changes climate change అంటాము బాగా 100 సంవత్సరాలు మనం ఫాలో ఏంటంటే అన్ని తగ్గిపోతున్నాయని రూపాయలు వైరస్, బ్యాక్టీరియా, ఫంగస్ వెరీ గుడ్. Only things that come because the animals or anything, fish, reptiles, even plants, some changes will be there. But virus, bacteria, and then fungus, motion, anywhere in the they get resistant, they reform again, and they are destructive. So climate change is 1.5 very dangerous. So after Bangalore, the most because of Mark Valley water, oxide mining. Only units from water is we are drinking. Coastal Andhra, units from solid water only. There is no groundwater inside. Any other question? Thank you so much. Okay, please keep doing good work, good research. Okay, I hope that I will see some good papers to research coming up from this university. And researchers find best of wishes to all of you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable lecture as well as a very detailed regarding the climate change. We have to be very